Chapter 2563. Lu Ming put away the great desolate spear and took out a battle sword. This battle sword was given to him by Bai Ye. It was a divine weapon. During the battle with the divine ancestors, Lu Ming had just broken through and did not have the time to refine this divine weapon. Therefore, he could only fight with the great desolate spear. Lu Ming used the great desolate spear to fight the enemy. Initially, he was at a slight disadvantage when he encountered the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe who had a divine weapon. He only managed to suppress the other party after activating the battle formula to double his combat power. If Lu Ming refined this divine weapon, even if he did not activate the battle word sutra, he would be able to fight against a foreign tribe's sacred ancestor. Lu Ming intended to refine this divine weapon now. In this way, his ability would be enhanced. With a thought, the sovereign force enveloped the battle sword and began to refine it. The sovereign force could dominate the world. It was easy for him to refine the divine weapon. In just a few days, Lu Ming had refined the battle sword. Buzz! The battle sword floated in front of Lu Ming. It vibrated slightly and emitted a mysterious glow. Return! Lu Ming's mind stirred and the combat sword transformed into a beam of light, dashing into his glabella and disappearing. Lu Ming was able to do this. If it were any other heavenly emperor, they would not be able to refine or control a divine weapon. A divine weapon was a weapon used by martial gods. However, it was not a problem for Lu Ming to control it with the power of a master. After refining the divine weapon, Lu Ming planned to comprehend the sovereign Dao and the battle formula. Lu Ming did not know when the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall would arrive. He had to make good use of his time and improve his strength as much as possible. With a thought, a scroll opened in his sea of consciousness, revealing Jing Yu's portrait. Dense sovereign force filled the air. Lu Ming could sense the sovereign Dao's power at all times. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the sovereign Dao. Days passed, and Lu Ming's understanding of the Dao of the sovereign Lord continued to improve. In the past few decades, Lu Ming had been stuck at the peak of the martial monarch realm. He had been obstructed by the heavenly Dao and could not advance any further. But now, Lu Ming had broken through, and with the help of Jing Yu's portrait, his understanding of the Dao of Sovereign was improving rapidly. Every day, he would gain quite a bit. The strange thing was that the Yuan Luo Palace did not make any moves. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, the Yuan Luo Palace had not sent anyone in. In the past 10 years, Lu Ming had benefited greatly from the shocking feather painting, and his Dao of the Sovereign Lord had improved significantly. Right now, I can already assail 2-star Heavenly Emperor. Then let's assail it, Lu Ming whispered. Then he took out a large number of divine stones, origin stones, chaos stones, and so on. Originally, the divine stones that he brought out of the Yellow Springs Mountain had already been consumed by 90% when he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. But later on, they defeated the evil god race. Lu Ming obtained a large number of divine stones, origin stones, chaos stones, and primordial stones from the evil god race's powerhouses. Now, it was just nice to help Lu Ming break through. Refine. Lu Ming waved his hand. The power of Sovereign enveloped those divine stones, chaos stones, origin stones, and so on. These divine stones and chaos stones exploded upon collision. Surging energy gathered towards Lu Ming frenziedly. All of it was absorbed and refined by Lu Ming, transforming into world power and sovereign power. Lu Ming launched an assault towards 2-star Heavenly Emperor. Half a month later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation had precisely stepped into 2-star Heavenly Emperor, and his strength increased by a level. Broke through. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Cultivation breakthrough, combat power increase. Lu Ming's confidence was a little more abundant. However, the resources consumed were too horrifying. The resources in Lu Ming's hands were almost depleted. If he wanted to continue breaking through in the future, he did not know what to use to break through. Forget it for now. Lu Ming shook his head, then cultivated for a few days. After his realm stabilized, Lu Ming began to comprehend the battle character formula again. In these 10 years, Lu Ming did not stop comprehending the battle character formula. His comprehension of the battle character formula became deeper and deeper. Now, on average, he could trigger double combat strength once every 5 times. This was undoubtedly very advantageous in a great battle. Lu Ming, come quickly. Right at this time, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's ear. It was Ancestral Graygon's voice. It sounded somewhat urgent. Are powerhouses from Yuan Luo Hall about to descend? Lu Ming immediately thought of Yuan Luo Hall. Lu Ming took a step forward, the space cracked, and directly disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared at the original location of the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Graygon was looking at the heaven-suppressing rune with a solemn expression. Rumble. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing rune was shaking violently. The crack torn by the foreign tribe's divine ancestor was swelling, as if something was about to rush in. The two were on full alert, ready to attack at any time. Rumble. The crack shook more and more violently. Finally, with a sudden roar, a huge round bead rushed in from the crack. Lu Ming and Ancestral Graygon were about to attack first to gain the upper hand and destroy the other party. However, just as the two were about to attack, the round bead exploded, and terrifying energy overflowed. Not good. The two's expressions changed. The energy was too terrifying. The two quickly retreated to avoid the energy. In the area where the round bead exploded, the space was completely torn apart. Ferocious cracks appeared in the space within a radius of millions of miles, like a spider web covering the sky. In the chaotic space, Lu Ming saw a few streams of light flying in all directions from the area where the round bead exploded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Living beings? Lu Ming saw clearly that the streams of light were living beings. They flew to various places in the heaven realm, and some even flew into the dark void. For a moment, Lu Ming couldn't determine how many living beings there were. Obviously, the terrifying living beings from the outside world had come in and rode on the round bead. After a short while, the chaotic space returned to normal. Ancestral Graygon's expression was very ugly. No wonder no one from Yuan Luo Hall has come in for the past 10 years. It turns out that they were trying to create that round bead to resist the power of the heaven-suppressing rune. Ancestral Graygon said with a gloomy expression. So the other party who came in wasn't injured? Lu Ming asked. No, most of them were injured. The heaven-suppressing rune is very lethal to low-level hollow gods. Now, we just don't know how many experts came in. Ancestral Graygon said solemnly. In the northern region of Taiching Sky Domain, a stream of light flew over and crashed into a mountain range. Boom, boom. The mountain range shook, and the peaks collapsed. What's going on? The divine beasts and humans who were cultivating in the surroundings were shocked and stood around to watch. Suddenly, a blood-red light spread out from the mountain range in front of them. Then, a terrifying suction force erupted. Not good, retreat. The surrounding humans and divine beasts' expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to retreat. However, they found that they couldn't retreat at all because the suction force was too terrifying. Their bodies were sucked in by the suction force. After a few screams, there was no more sound. Chapter 2564. After devouring the divine beasts and humans, a bloody light shone brightly, and in a flash, a strange creature appeared in the air. The creature was in the shape of a human, but it had long blood-red hair and sharp fangs in its mouth. There was also a pair of blood-red wings on its back. It looked like a bat in human form. The flesh and blood of the divine beasts of the human clan are too delicious, too delicious. The human-shaped bat licked its lips and revealed an intoxicated expression, as well as a deep greed and thirst for blood. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and instantly enveloped the entire northern region of the Grand Pure Celestial Domain. So many humans and divine beasts. This ranch is not bad. I'll enjoy it first. The human-shaped bat laughed sinisterly and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a huge city. This huge city was a famous one in the northern region of the Grand Pure Celestial Domain. There were more than 100 million humans and divine beasts in this huge city, and several major factions lived there. You'll all become my food and replenish my energy. The human-shaped bat laughed sinisterly. Its body rapidly expanded to 100,000 feet tall, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Heavens, what's that? What a terrifying aura! When the living beings in the giant city discovered the human-shaped bat, they were all stunned. The main thing was that the human-shaped bat's aura was too terrifying. Divine might, that's divine might. He's a deity. One of the celestial emperors in the huge city shouted in horror. A deity? Everyone's hearts trembled. Apart from the ancestral dragon and Lu Ming, there were no other deities in the celestial domain, primordial realm, or fiend god realm. Oh no, run. Suddenly, someone roared and rushed out of the city. They remembered the ancestral dragon's words. The beings of the primitive universe would attack the celestial domain from beyond the heavens. Now that a deity had appeared out of nowhere, it must have come from beyond the heavens. You want to leave? Where can you go in front of me? The human-shaped bat grinned maliciously as it reached out with its gigantic hand, covering the sky and covering the earth. The fleeing humans and divine beasts, numbering in the thousands, were all caught and stuffed into its bloody mouth, chewing on them. Blood flowed along the fangs of the humanoid bat. Delicious, truly delicious. Ha! The human-shaped bat laughed heartily. Even with the protection of the bead, he was still injured when he entered the primitive universe. At this moment, he could devour these divine beasts to heal himself. Seeing several thousand people being devoured in a blink of an eye, even including a heavenly emperor realm expert, the people in the enormous city panicked and began to flee madly outside. Haha, become my delicacy. The benefits of this mission are too good. The human-shaped bat laughed heartily. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed. A terrifying suction force erupted, and countless people in the giant city involuntarily flew toward the bat's mouth. Help! No! Countless humans and divine beasts screamed in horror. True emperors, great emperors, and heavenly emperors couldn't resist at all. They were directly devoured by the bat as food. Hundreds of thousands of beings were devoured in one gulp, and there was an endless stream of them being devoured. More than half of the 100 million inhabitants in the enormous city were devoured in the blink of an eye. This minor dimension has so little pressure, it's too fragile. I can destroy the world here. The human-shaped bat laughed maniacally and continued to devour. At the same time, a figure as tall as the sky was walking through the air in the southern region of Grand Lucidity. This figure was also in human form, but he was shrouded in a black robe. He held a large banner in his hand with countless shadows scurrying about on it. These black shadows were all souls, like evil spirits. This figure also came to the sky above a giant city. Without saying a word, he waved the banner and it became infinitely large, enveloping the entire city. Not long after, the banner was lifted and all the living beings in the giant city perished. Their souls were sucked into the banner. Then he moved on to the next big city. It was a massacre, an endless massacre. Wherever these two creatures passed, there was endless slaughter. They treated the humans and divine beasts as nourishment and enjoyed them to their heart's content. In the lair of Zulong, Lu Ming and ancestral Greygons spread out their spiritual senses and immediately discovered the scene. Damn it! Ancestral Greygon's face was ferocious as he roared angrily. Lu Ming's face was also extremely cold. Both of them are at level 1 empty god realm. Lu Ming, you and I will take one each. Ancestral Greygon said to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded and took a step forward, heading toward the northern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain. Ancestral Greygon, on the other hand, headed toward the southern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain. In the northern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain, the human-shaped bat creature had already devoured all the living beings in the giant city. The vast and spacious giant city, which was originally extremely prosperous, was now empty. Not even a dog or a chick was left. Awesome, this is awesome. The human-shaped bat creature burped and the greed in its eyes became more intense. It set its eyes on the next giant city and its huge body was about to rush toward it. However, at this moment, the void in front of it split open and a figure stepped out. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was extremely cold and his body exuded an extremely strong killing intent. These people from Yuan Luo Hall had really treated them as medicinal herbs and could be harvested and slaughtered at will. A transformation void stage ant? The human-shaped bat creature was slightly stunned when it saw Lu Ming. "I will make you die a horrible death," Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. "What? Make me die a horrible death? Haha, with just a transformation void stage ant like you?" The human-shaped bat creature laughed maniacally. It called the Heavenly Emperor realm exactly the same as in the Yellow Springs world. Boom. Suddenly, the human-shaped bat creature moved and reached out a large hand to grab Lu Ming. In its opinion, Lu Ming, a transformation void stage ant, was too arrogant. It wanted to swallow Lu Ming in one gulp. Kill! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with the opponent. The god weapon battle sword appeared in his hand and erupted with the Tao of Sovereign as he slashed out. Sword light surged and a sword mark that was millions of miles long appeared in the sky. The human-shaped bat creature's hand was split in half. The human-shaped bat creature screamed and stretched its arm back. "How is this possible? You have mastered the Tao of Sovereign. How can someone in a small world master the Tao of Sovereign?" The human-shaped bat creature cried out in disbelief. "Kill!" Lu Ming's killing intent was as cold as a knife. He held the battle sword in his hand and attacked the opponent. Chapter 2565. Lu Ming had comprehended the battle formula. The battle formula was the origin of all battles. After comprehending the battle formula, no matter what move or divine ability it was, its power would be enhanced. Moreover, no matter what weapon it would be easy to use and its power would be maximized. Therefore, there was no difference between Lu Ming using a battle sword and a long spear. "It seems that the trash of the three-eyed race died in your hands." The human-shaped bat roared and took out a scissor-like divine artifact and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! The two of them collided head-on. The human-shaped bat's body shook violently and retreated rapidly. "How is this possible? Your combat strength?" The human-shaped bat was shocked. Lu Ming was just a void transformation realm existence. How could his combat strength be so strong? Could it be that those who had mastered the Tao of Sovereign were so strong? The human-shaped bat could not calm down. Even in the primitive universe, those who had mastered the Tao of Sovereign were rare geniuses. He had only heard of them but had never seen them. He had never thought that they would be so terrifying that he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Lu Ming defeated the human-shaped bat with one move and continued to attack his opponent. The two of them exchanged a few more moves. The human-shaped bat was no match for him at all and was sent flying. Its arm exploded and blood spurted from its mouth. Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly since the battle with the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Now, he had refined the divine artifact and his cultivation had broken through to the 2-star Heavenly Emperor realm. The human-shaped bat's cultivation level was only on par with the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Moreover, when he entered the Heaven realm, he was also injured by the Heaven-suppressing rune. Naturally, he was no match for Lu Ming. "No, this person is too terrifying. I have to find the others first before killing him." The human-shaped bat's body shrank and flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, there was no way Lu Ming would let him escape. His figure moved and his combat sword slashed out violently. Streaks of terrifying sword gleams shrouded the human-shaped bat-living creature. The human-shaped bat was struck by Lu Ming's sword, almost cleaving it in half. It spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying, suffering heavy injuries. "Brat, you dare to kill me? You're just someone from a small kiliacosm and you dare to kill me? I'm from the Yuan Luo Palace. If you kill me, the Yuan Luo Palace will turn you into ashes." The humanoid bat began to roar and threaten Lu Ming. Ridiculous! Lu Ming remained unmoved. This human-shaped bat had slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings in the Heaven realm as soon as it entered. No matter what, he had to kill this person. Lu Ming became one with his sword. He transformed into a terrifying sword light and slashed out. This time, the human-shaped bat was truly hacked diagonally, cleaved in half. The human-shaped bat creature roared in alarm, running away with all its might. He never thought that he would be in danger of dying as soon as he entered. Originally, he thought that it was just a small thousand world, and he could come in and indulge himself. He never thought that he would end up like this. Kill! Lu Ming roared and slashed down with his sword once again. This time, the human-shaped bat creature could not avoid the attack. It was cleaved in half by Lu Ming's sword and its soul was destroyed. It died completely. This time, it was much easier for Lu Ming to kill a first-level void god. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. This human-shaped bat creature was obviously the weakest among the empty gods. It was only a level 1 empty god. Moreover, it was injured when it entered, which was why Lu Ming killed it so easily. If it was not injured, it would not have been so easy. What would happen if it encountered a level 2 empty god or even a level 3 empty god? Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the human-shaped bat creature's storage ring. Before he could open it to check, Lu Ming's expression changed again. This was because he realized that there was a powerful being rushing towards the heaven-suppressing seal. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming was enraged. He did not know how many creatures had entered from the outside. The other party was obviously taking the opportunity to attack the heaven-suppressing seal. He wanted to tear it apart. Lu Ming rushed toward the heaven-suppressing rune at lightning speed. However, he was still a step too late. Boom! A burly man with a horn on his head slammed into the heaven-suppressing talisman, causing the hole in the heaven-suppressing talisman to widen. Die! Lu Ming arrived and slashed down with his sword. The man with the horn was shocked. He turned around and punched at Lu Ming. When his fist collided with the sword, the man with the horn was pushed back tens of thousands of miles. The single-horned hunk was also a level 1 empty god. Sovereign Dao! The single-horned man's eyes were filled with shock. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Without saying anything, he charged towards the man with the horn. The man with the horn also unleashed his full strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Rip! At this moment, the space not far away cracked and a black python appeared. It was as big as a mountain and charged towards Lu Ming. It was another level 1 empty god realm expert. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. His sword vibrated and split into 2 sword radiances, slashing towards the man with the horn and the python. There were 2 terrifying booming sounds and the void collapsed. The single-horned burly man and the python were sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was invincible as he continued to charge towards his opponent. At the same time, he activated the battle character skill to double his combat strength. Boom! The space collapsed and a burly figure appeared in the space. He held a saber and slashed at Sumo. The saber radiance was shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his combat sword, and there was an explosion of a terrifying roar. The space within a radius of 10 million miles was completely destroyed. The terrifying power landed on the ground and the earth cracked. Gullies that were 10 million miles long appeared. Magma erupted from the depths of the earth and it was a doomsday scene. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Heaven and earth were truly destroyed. The entire Taiching sky domain was shaken. At this moment, those who had some cultivation in the heaven domain could feel that a terrifying battle was about to break out. The pressure of the deities filled the entire heaven domain and everyone had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Have the people from outside come in? Xianxia stood in the air at the Dragon Emperor Peak with deep worry in his eyes. He then stepped out and headed towards the heaven-suppressing seal. Is it an expert from the primitive universe? Have the experts from the primitive universe come? Lu Ming, Ancestor Dragon, are they fighting with the outsiders? At this moment, everyone was discussing and guessing. There was a fear in everyone's heart. However, they had no choice but to wait. They could not participate in the battle of the deities and could only wait for the result. Let's go and take a look. Some demigods headed towards the heaven-suppressing seal. After all, the battle was the most intense in that direction. They also felt the battle in the south of the Taiching sky domain, but it was not as intense. However, these demigods did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. Chapter 2566. Lu Ming. Xianxia appeared tens of millions of miles away from the heaven-suppressing rune, watching the battle from afar. Lu Ming, you have to hold on. In another direction, Dandan's figure also appeared, her face grave. Qing Tsang, Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Chaos Emperor, and the others appeared one after another. They looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. The battle between the deities was too terrifying. They could not interfere at all. If they went over, they would be crushed into powder by the aftermath. Lu Ming. All the demigods muttered as they looked forward. At this moment, Lu Ming was surrounded by 3 figures. One was the horned man and the other was the giant python. They were as big as a mountain and their eyes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was most concerned about the third figure. It was a bald man. However, his bald head was covered with black runes, which looked extremely strange. He was holding a saber that was bigger than a man. The last attack was made by him. Second level Empty God Realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After blocking the attack, Lu Ming judged that the bald man's strength was far above that of the horned man and the giant python. It was highly likely that he was a second-level Empty God Realm being. The Sovereign Dao. I didn't expect someone to master the Sovereign Dao in a small thousand world. Master will be very happy to use it to refine medicine. The bald man licked his lips and his eyes were extremely cold. He suddenly stepped forward and slashed the saber that was taller than a man at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also waved his sword and the two clashed again. Clang. A terrifying explosion sounded as the saber radiance and sword chi collided. Lu Ming's body shook and he was forced to retreat. Second level Empty God Realm is indeed powerful. Ancestor Dragon is right. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. When he was a 1-star Heavenly Emperor, he could fight against a level 1 Empty God. However, now that he had broken through to a 2-star Heavenly Emperor, he could not fight against a level 2 Empty God. That was because the gap between breaking through 1 level in Heavenly Emperor Realm was not as great as breaking through 1 level in Void God Realm. Unless he had broken through to a 3-star Heavenly Emperor, he would not be able to fight against a level 2 Empty God. Bang, bang, bang. After the bald man repelled Lu Ming, he continued to step forward. His divine power erupted, and his battle saber slashed forward continuously. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, and his entire body was enveloped by the power of a ruler. His battle sword vibrated, and he slashed out numerous sword lights to resist his opponent. At the same time, Lu Ming kept using the battle formula, trying to trigger the double combat power. This time, Lu Ming was more unlucky. He had already triggered it more than 10 times, but he still hadn't triggered double combat power. Clang, clang. After exchanging over 10 moves in a row, Lu Ming was pushed back over 100,000 miles, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Heaven-suppressing rune, watch me tear it apart. The bald man laughed heartily, and a shocking saber light was about to slash at the heaven-suppressing rune. Boom! At this critical moment, Lu Ming finally triggered double combat power, and his combat power skyrocketed. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned into a beam of rainbow light, arrived in front of the bald man in an instant, and slashed out with his sword. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The bald man's face changed, and he raised his saber to block. Don't. The bald man was directly sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and he raised his speed to the maximum, rushing forward. However, he didn't kill the bald man, but the single-horned man. What? The single-horned man was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly explode and send the bald man flying. Initially, he thought that the bald burly man would be able to crush and kill Lu Ming. Instinctively, he raised the weapon in his hand to block, but when his weapon collided with Lu Ming's combat sword, he felt an irresistible force surging toward him. Clang! The weapon in the single-horned man's hand flew out directly, and his arm directly exploded. He screamed, blood spurting from his mouth, and his body flew far away. How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? Lu Ming rushed out and slashed out a second time. Save! The single-horned man roared in horror, but he only shouted one word before he was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. The single-horned man was dead. Fast to the extreme. From the moment Lu Ming attacked to the moment he killed the single-horned man, it only took a moment. After killing the single-horned man, Lu Ming didn't stop at all and charged toward the giant python. Retreat! The bald man reacted the fastest. With a roar, he charged toward Lu Ming with his combat sword. Whoosh, whoosh. The bald man slashed out hundreds of times in a row, and streaks of terrifying Dao light crushed the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally, breaking through hundreds of saber gleams. However, in this way, the giant python finally seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly. At the same time, its body shrank and turned into a giant python that was a few meters long. Its eyes were full of fear. This person is strange. Let's work together to deal with him. The bald man roared and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the giant python also attacked. It opened its mouth and spat out a black thin sword that looked like a small snake. It charged toward Lu Ming at a strange and tricky angle, and its speed was astonishing. However, Lu Ming ignored the attack of the giant python and rushed toward it directly. Lu Ming's goal was very simple. He wanted to get rid of the weak first, and then deal with the strong one. Die for me! The giant python's eyes were cold. It retreated and controlled the snake-shaped sword to stab toward Lu Ming. The snake-shaped sword approached Lu Ming's forehead. However, just as it was about to stab Lu Ming's forehead, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a purple gold light. Ruler! Lu Ming's mind moved, and the power of a ruler erupted and acted on the snake-shaped sword. Buzz! The snake-shaped sword deviated and flew past Lu Ming's ear. However, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop and continued to charge toward the giant python. Not good! The giant python's expression changed drastically, and it frantically retreated. The bald man roared and chased from behind. At this moment, a terrifying attractive force acted on Lu Ming's body above his head, causing Lu Ming's figure to suddenly stop. Kid, die for me! A loud roar came from the sky, and a huge figure suddenly appeared. This figure was blood-red, with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. It had a pair of blood-red wings, and it was extremely similar to the human-shaped bat that Lu Ming had killed earlier. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. However, this human-shaped bat's cultivation was obviously stronger, and it wasn't any weaker than the bald man's. Its wings were like a storm as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Another second-level empty god realm existence. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed again. How many experts had entered the Yuan Luo Hall? This was what made Lu Ming feel the most uncertain. However, he could only fight now. The battle sword in his hand vibrated, and it shot out rays of sword light to fight against the blood-red bat above his head. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and became one with his sword. Chapter 2567. Lu Ming unleashed all of his strength and became one with his sword. He turned into a dazzling sword radiance and charged towards the human-shaped bat. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the human-shaped bat's wings was almost chopped off. He screamed and retreated quickly. When Lu Ming had not activated the fight mantra to double his combat strength had been weaker than a level 2 empty god. However, after activating the fight mantra, his combat strength had surpassed that of a level 2 empty god. Kill! Lu Ming stared at the human-shaped bat and slashed at it continuously. However, the bald man had arrived and joined forces with the human-shaped bat to fight Lu Ming. As for the giant python, it was hiding in the distance, controlling the snake-shaped thin sword to sneak an attack on Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The two sides continued to fight, and after dozens of blows, Lu Ming still had the upper hand even though he was fighting against 3 people. One of the human-shaped bat's wings was completely chopped off by Lu Ming. Blood splattered everywhere and covered the mountaintop. Ah boy, you ant, I'm going to twist your head off, the human-shaped bat roared angrily. However, it was greeted by a sword radiance from Lu Ming. The sword radiance flashed and one of the human-shaped bat's wings was almost chopped off. It was so frightened that it retreated continuously. Clang! Lu Ming turned around and struck the bald burly man with his sword. The bald burly man was sent flying by the impact. Damn it, why is this boy so strong? The bald man's face darkened and he retreated to the giant python's side. The human-shaped bat also hurried to the bald man's side. The three of them gathered together and did not dare to separate. What should we do? This boy is too strong. We can't kill him and we can't tear open the heaven suppression charm. The giant python said. Where is Su-Tu? Why isn't he here yet? If he is here, he can deal with this boy. The human-shaped bat said. Humph, what a piece of trash. You can't even deal with a native of the small thousand world. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice rang out. The void trembled and a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure looked like a human and had a well-proportioned body. However, his eyes were cold and filled with a faint arrogance. Su-Tu. The bald man, the human-shaped bat, and the giant python were overjoyed when they saw this person. Su-Tu, this person has mastered the Tao of the sovereign. It's best not to kill him. Capture him alive and present him to the young master. The bald man said. Understood. Su-Tu nodded. He looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently, Young lad, surrender yourself. You can save yourself some physical pain. If you want to take me down, let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming said coldly. The purplish gold glow on his body was getting stronger. However, his heart was very heavy because he could not see through this person called Su-Tu at all. Su-Tu's cold voice could be heard. He then took a step forward. In an instant he was near Lu Ming and threw a punch. Boom. This punch contained an astonishing and terrifying power. The terrifying power filled the void and crushed toward Lu Ming like an avalanche. There was no way to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Lu Ming let out a low roar. He gathered all his energy and slashed with his sword with all his might. Boom. Lu Ming felt as if he had slashed an iron wall. Endless power surged and the battle sword shook. It almost flew out of his body. Lu Ming was sent flying by the punch. His body smashed into the ground like a meteor. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater with a circumference of hundreds of thousands of li appeared. Everything was reduced to ashes, and cracks spread out for tens of millions of li. Fortunately, all the living beings within hundreds of millions of miles of the heaven-suppressing rune had been evacuated. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have died? Lu Ming. In the distance, Xianxia turned pale with fright. Her eyes were filled with endless worry. Boom. In the next moment, a purplish golden light shot out from the huge pit. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to split apart. Waves of pain shot through his body. Even though he had activated the indestructible ancient scripture, it was useless and his recovery was slow. Such terrifying strength. Lu Ming was shocked. Su-Tu was definitely a terrifying existence. His strength was far above level 2 empty god realm. Ancestral Gragon had said that the small thousand world would be dangerous for those above level 4 empty god realm. Therefore, Su-Tu might be a level 3 empty god realm existence. Not bad, not bad. You still have the strength to struggle after receiving my attack. Your talent is not bad even in the chaotic universe. Unfortunately, your fate is sealed. Su-Tu's eyes became colder and there was even a tinge of jealousy. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Su-Tu's body. Rumble. Crack. In the sky, a deep rumbling sound rang out. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. With Su-Tu as the center, the void exploded unceasingly. Numerous malevolent spatial cracks appeared. It was as if the entire world was about to crumble apart. The space of this small thousand world is really weak. However, it's just enough for me to unleash my strength. Su-Tu's face was ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He was highly focused and his essence, qi and spirit were at their peak. Sush. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. You can't retreat. Su-Tu's cold voice resounded. His speed was even faster and more shocking. He quickly approached Lu Ming and threw out a punch. Rumble. The empty space within a radius of a few million miles exploded in an instant, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Lu Ming. Terrifying. Su-Tu's strength was too terrifying. Every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If he unleashed his full strength and bombarded the ground, he could definitely destroy the entire Taiching sky domain. No wonder the ancestral Gragon said that if a powerful existence entered a small thousand world, it would collapse. The stability of a small thousand world was incomparable to that of the primitive universe. In the face of Su Tu's attack, Lu Ming could not avoid it. Break, break, break. Lu Ming roared and slashed out with his battle sword. However, Su Tu's strength was too strong. Lu Ming felt his battle sword vibrate violently and his body was sent flying again. He hit the ground and the ground kept cracking. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. He took out a fruit of life and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the fruit of life, his injuries healed rapidly. You have this kind of divine medicine, but it's useless. Su Tu stepped forward and threw out a series of punches. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of terrifying fist force crushed out. Lu Ming did not have the ability to resist at all. He was hit continuously and slammed hard onto the ground. This time, Lu Ming's body almost exploded. His body was covered with cracks and he no longer looked human. Even with the fruit of life, it was difficult to recover. Chapter 2568. Lu Ming. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes turned red when she saw this. She clenched her teeth, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Her body began to emit a black light. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and her aura began to rapidly rise. Su Tu, the bald man, and the others looked at Xianxia in surprise. Interesting. This small thousand world is really interesting. Su Tu muttered as his eyes burned with excitement. Suddenly, the space beside Xianxia flashed and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Your foundation will be destroyed and you'll be a cripple in the future. Xianxia scolded. I'm not out of my mind. I have to save Lu Ming. I can't watch him die. Xianxia's eyes were filled with determination. Even if you use that secret technique, you're still no match for them. Also, are you not going to do that thing for Lu Ming? Xianxia scolded. That's the Tang family's matter. I'm not a member of the Tang family. My surname is Xianxia, Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. Indeed, Xianxia had devoured the memories of her past life. Strictly speaking, she was no longer a member of the Tang family. Xianxia's aura grew stronger as if it was about to reach the martial god realm. This is Dandan, the Chaos the Arch, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others looked at Xianxia in shock. Am I going to die here today? Underground, Lu Ming lay in a deep pit that was tens of thousands of miles deep. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Su Tu was too powerful. He was no match for Su Tuesday. He had given it his all and the battle character skill had doubled his combat strength. His combat strength had reached its peak and he was able to suppress a level 2 empty god. However, he was still no match for Su Tuesday. It was completely one-sided. What to do? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. Once he gave up, the heaven-suppressing rune would be opened and the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall would enter. The living beings of the heaven domain would most likely be doomed. His parents, Xianxia, his son, granddaughter, and friends were all in danger. He had to protect them. Ruler of the world. If I can control the power of this world, I can deal with Su Tu. That's right. The reason why the heavenly Tao suppressed me was because it was afraid that I would dominate it. Now I have broken through. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Since the heavenly Tao was afraid of him breaking through, but now that he had broken through, could he have the power to dominate this world? Immediately, Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out infinitely. Ruler, give me control. I am the ruler of this world. Lu Ming roared in his heart as his body emitted a dazzling purple gold light. Rumble. At this moment, the entire world was shaking. Endless energy suddenly surged towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the entire heaven domain, even the Yuan realm and the evil god world were under his control. He could use the power of the entire world. This is... Su Tu's pupils shrank rapidly as shock filled his eyes. Damn it. Kill. Su Tu roared. He unleashed his full strength and punched continuously, bursting out terrifying attacks. Waves of terrifying fist energy blasted towards Lu Ming. However, a wave of energy formed around Lu Ming's body and blocked all of Su Tu's fist energy. How can this be? Quick, attack together. Attack together and interrupt him. Su Tu could no longer maintain his composure and roared. The bald burly man and the other two attacked at the same time. All kinds of attacks bombarded Lu Ming. However, they were all blocked by the energy around Lu Ming's body. That is, at this moment, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others in the distance were also shocked. Xianxia was about to use some kind of secret technique to advance and retreat with Lu Ming at all costs. At this moment, the secret technique also stopped. Her aura fell again. Is this the power of the entire world? It's too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a strange state. He seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the entire world. Then let's kill. A cold, murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. The battle sword in his hands suddenly slashed out. This slash mobilized the power of the entire world. Bam! A sword light slashed out, and the attacks of Su Tu and the other three collapsed. The sword light did not stop and slashed towards the four of them. Not good. Su Tu and the other three's faces changed drastically as they frantically retreated. However, the sword light was faster. Blood splattered everywhere. The bald man, the bat humanoid, and the giant python all came to a sudden stop. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Following that, their bodies directly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing. Only Su Tu retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a long sword mark appeared on his chest. He had almost been cut in half. Mobilizing the power of the entire small thousand world. Damn it, D***imminent. This is equivalent to the power of a level 4 empty god realm. Su Tu roared in anger and fear. He retreated quickly, tearing the space apart as he tried to escape. Trying to escape? In this world, I am the master. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. A huge hand suddenly appeared behind Su Tuesday. It was extremely huge and it pressed down on Su Tuesday. Bam! Su Yu was sent flying like an eagle, slamming into the ground. Everything within tens of millions of kilometers around him was destroyed. Su Tu spat out a mouthful of blood and his body almost exploded. The situation at the scene was completely different from what had happened just now. Damn it, D***imminent. Su Tu roared in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia and the others and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He dashed out towards Xianxia and the others. He wanted to capture Xianxia and threaten Lu Ming. However, the entire world was under Lu Ming's control. How could he let Su Tu do as he wished? Su Tu moved and a spear radiance appeared in front of him. It pierced through Su Tu's body and nailed him to the ground. Su Tu struggled with all his might. However, Lu Ming mobilized the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, making him unable to move. You are courting death. Do you think you can live after killing me? When the true experts of Yuan Luo Hall take action, your small thousand world will be destroyed. Su Tu roared in anger. F***CKU. Lu Ming arrived above Su Tu and slashed down with his sword. Su Tu was killed on the spot. Up until now, Lu Ming had killed several gods in front of the heaven-suppressing talisman. Including the first one, he had killed a total of 6 gods. RIP. At this moment, the space not far away cracked and Ancestral Gregon appeared. At this moment, Ancestral Gregon was covered in blood and injuries. Fortunately, he was fine. After an intense battle, Ancestral Gregon successfully killed his opponent. Ancestral Gregon's strength was about the same as his opponent's. However, his opponent was injured and weakened by the heaven-suppressing rune. In the end, he was killed by Ancestral Gregon. Chapter 2569. Senior Ancestral Gregon, please wait for a moment. Let me look around and see if there are any experts from Yuan Luo Hall. Lu Ming said to Ancestral Gregon. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming dominated this part of the world. Therefore, he could sense any place in the heaven realm, and the evil god realm. He could even sense it in the dark void. There is one more person. In the dark void, Lu Ming sensed a powerful existence. He should be at level 2 empty god realm. He was sitting cross-legged in the void and healing himself. Suddenly, the person opened his eyes and looked shocked. He turned around and ran away. "Do you think you can run away?" Lu Ming sneered. He gathered the power of the heaven and earth to form a combat sword and slashed down. The person screamed in pain and was killed. A level 2 empty god realm expert could not withstand one blow from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too powerful. He could dominate the heaven and earth and gather the power of the heaven and earth. He was comparable to a level 4 empty god realm expert. It was easy for him to kill a level 2 empty god realm expert. Then, Lu Ming continued to search. However, he did not find any traces of other experts. The experts from Yuan Luo Hall who had entered the area had all been killed. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura returned to normal. As for his injuries, he had also completely recovered. "Lu Ming, did you gather the power of the heaven and earth just now?" Ancestral Gragon looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming nodded. Then he waved his hand and the storage rings left behind by the experts were collected by Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, are you okay?" At that moment, Xianxia flew over with a concerned look. Then, Dandan and the others flew over. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled. After chatting for a while, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others left. Not long after, the news of Lu Ming killing the deity spread. Many people were shocked when they heard about it. Lu Ming had killed the deities by himself. That was a god. It was like a myth. Lu Ming's prestige in the hearts of everyone in the heaven had reached the peak, even surpassing that of the ancestral dragon. In their opinion, Lu Ming was the deity of the deities. However, Lu Ming and Ancestral Gragon. In the area of the heaven-suppressing talisman, Ancestral Dragon and Lu Ming were discussing matters. This can't go on. If the Yuan Luo Palace finds out that they've failed, they'll surely send out even stronger experts. Ancestral Gragon frowned. "Senior, what should we do now?" Asked Gragon asked. A small kiliacosm is a great fortune for the Yuan Luo Palace. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bear to destroy it. However, we can't guarantee that they won't do such a thing in a fit of anger. If they send someone above level 4 empty god realm, they can completely destroy the heaven region, Yuan realm and evil god realm. Ancestral Gragon frowned and pondered. After a while, he said, "Now, there's only one way to survive." "Senior, please tell me," said Lu Ming. "That is to take the initiative to attack. Now, the Yuan Luo Palace doesn't know that the people they sent in have been wiped out. They must be waiting for good news. Therefore, the forces outside the heaven-suppressing rune shouldn't be too strong. Now, if we take the initiative to attack and tear open the heaven-suppressing rune and rush out, we might have a chance to succeed," said Ancestral Gragon. "Rush out?" Lu Ming muttered. He pondered for a while and said, "All right, let's go." Lu Ming was a decisive person. If they continued to stay here, they could only wait for death. However, if they rushed out, they might have a chance to survive. However, there's an important problem if we rush out. "It's the problem of your small kiliacosm," said Ancestral Gragon. "The problem of the small kiliacosm?" Lu Ming was confused. If they wanted to rush out, they would have to take most of the living beings into the small kiliacosm and bring them out. The chaotic universe is a truly ancient and perfect world. It's a true great thousand world. A small kiliacosm can't coexist with such a world. Therefore, once you enter the chaotic universe, the small kiliacosm will leave your body within a year and merge with the chaotic universe. It will become a part of the chaotic universe, said Ancestral Gragon. What? The small kiliacosm will merge with the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's expression changed. In that case, wouldn't his cultivation drop rapidly? However, there's one thing you don't have to worry about. The chaotic universe is fair. When your small kiliacosm merges with it, it will give you the same amount of energy. Therefore, your strength won't drop. However, the creatures you bring out will all be exposed. This way, our tracks will be exposed. Therefore, once we leave, we must find a safe place to settle everyone down within a year. said ancestral Gragon. I see. Only a year? Lu Ming muttered. In other words, after they got out, they had to get out of danger within a year. Otherwise, it might be even more dangerous. Lu Ming, you can decide on this matter, said ancestral Gragon. Let's do it, Lu Ming said with a determined look. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. Ancestral Gragon's eyes were filled with admiration. There were not many people who could be so decisive. All right, since we've decided to rush out, we have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party will react and gather more experts, said ancestral Gragon. Then the two of them discussed and split up. They wanted to gather most of the living beings in the heaven realm. Fortunately, many of the humans in the heaven realm cultivated the law system and had opened up a small kiliocosm that could hold a large number of living beings. Lu Ming first returned to the Dragon Emperor Peak and told everyone about his plan. Everyone agreed and then spread the news. The entire heaven realm began to move. Most people were willing to fight to the death when they heard about the plan because staying here would only lead to death. Some people in the small kiliocosm took the surrounding people and divine beasts into their small kiliocosm and then rushed to the place where the heaven-suppressing rune was. In just 10 days, almost all the places in the heaven realm were emptied. Many ordinary people were also taken into the small kiliocosm. Then, everyone gathered the heaven-suppressing rune. Then, Lu Ming took everyone into his small kiliocosm. In this way, most of the living beings in the heaven realm were taken into the small kiliocosm by Lu Ming. The heaven realm suddenly became empty. Under the heaven-suppressing rune, only Lu Ming and ancestral Gragon were left. Lu Ming, let's begin, said ancestral Gragon. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them began to tear the heaven-suppressing rune. It was easy to tear the heaven-suppressing rune from the inside of the heaven realm, especially with Lu Ming's power that could dominate this world. Not long after, the heaven-suppressing rune was finally torn off by the two of them, revealing a dark passage. Chapter 2570. Lu Ming, it's all up to you. Ancestral Gragon turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's small world, disappearing. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger than ancestral Gragon's, and there were fewer people, so it was easier for them to move around. Chaos Universe, I'm coming, Lu Ming muttered, then turned back to look at the heaven domain. After they left, Yuan Luo Palace would definitely not destroy the heaven domain, the primordial realm, and the evil god domain. They would definitely let living beings in and turn them into pastures. One day I will take back this place, Lu Ming muttered, then stepped into the passage and disappeared. The Chaos Universe was vast and boundless. It was also known as the Divine Domain. This was the final path for all the experts in the small world. After all the living beings in the small world cultivated to the demigod realm, they would leave the small world and enter the Chaos Universe. There were countless experts and deities gathered here. There were countless planets in the Chaos Universe that were suitable for living beings to live in. There were also countless planets, big and small, and countless forces. The chaotic galaxy was a famous chaotic place in the Chaos Universe. Countless races and evil people gathered there. In this boundless galaxy, there were many planets with life, as well as many forces of different sizes. Yuan Luo Palace was one of the forces. It occupied more than a dozen planets with life and countless experts. Kong Long was the young master of Yuan Luo Palace. He was very talented and had cultivated to the demigod realm at a young age. The Yuan Luo Palace master thought highly of him and specially assigned a planet to Kong Long as his territory. This planet was Planet Dark Underworld. Planet Dark Underworld was extremely huge. Half of it was land, and the other half was ocean. Its territory was not something the heaven domain, the primordial realm, and the evil god domain could compare to. Even if the heaven domain, the primordial realm, and the evil god domain were added together, the area was not even 1/10,000th of Planet Dark Underworld. The heaven domain, the primordial realm, and the evil god domain were all small worlds attached to Planet Dark Underworld, and their passages were connected to Planet Dark Underworld. This was a boundless mountain range. At the peak of a mountain, Kong Long was sitting on a chair. Two young women were massaging his shoulders. Is there still no news from that small world? Kang Long asked. He had a bald head, and there were some black runes on his bald head. He looked very similar to one of the burly men who had entered the heaven realm. They were from the same clan. Young master, there's still no news. At the side, an old man bowed and reported. What a bunch of trash. You've been in there for more than 10 days and there's still no news. You've spent so much time on a small world. I've really raised you in vain. Condor's face darkened. On the side, other than the old man, there were two other large men. However, at this moment, all of them were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a word. Give them another month. If there's still no news after a month, you guys can directly attack and destroy that small kiliacosm. It's just a small kiliacosm. This young master doesn't want it. Kang Long gritted his teeth. Sit. At the side, the others nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar. Young master, there's movement in that lesser thousand world. A skinny young man who was not much older than Kang Long flew over and said, There's movement. I think Su Tu and the others have settled it. Let's go and take a look. Kang Long took the lead and flew forward. The others followed. In front of them, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a huge black vortex that was constantly rotating. When Kang Long and the others arrived, they heard a constant rumbling sound coming from the black vortex. Not long after, the sound disappeared. It's coming. Kang Long and the others' eyes moved. They saw a figure appear in the vortex. Then, the silhouette slowly became clearer. Kang Long and the others were stunned. This was because they did not know the figure. It was not one of their men. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and tall. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had come from the heaven realm. Stop him. Kang Long saw that it was not one of his men and waved his hand. Suddenly, the 5 or 6 large men who were guarding here moved and surrounded Lu Ming. An astonishing aura burst out. Empty God Realm, they're all in the Empty God Realm. They're all at level 2 and level 3 of the Empty God Realm. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. This is bad. These people's cultivation levels were too high. Among the 6 large men who surrounded Lu Ming could feel that at least 2 of them were not weaker than Su Tuesday. They were at level 3 of the Empty God Realm. The other 4 were at level 2 of the Empty God Realm. As for the young man not far away, Lu Ming could tell that he was at Demigod Realm. However, the 2 large men and an elder behind the young man were unfathomable. It was impossible to estimate their cultivation levels. Lu Ming's heart sank. This kind of power was not something he could fight against. In the Heaven Realm, Lu Ming could dominate the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. He could directly mobilize the energy of the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. Therefore, he could easily kill a level 3 Empty God Realm existence. However, after leaving the Heaven Realm and coming to the chaotic universe, Lu Ming naturally could not mobilize the energy of the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. Even if Lu Ming activated double combat strength, he would not be a match for a level 3 Empty God Realm expert. Needless to say, there were stronger existences. However, Lu Ming would not sit still and wait for death. He instinctively released his aura and was cautious. Only at the transformation void martial realm? When they saw Lu Ming's aura, not only was Kang Long stunned, but the others were also stunned. Then, they relaxed and revealed a relaxed expression. He was just at the transformation void martial realm. Any one of them could easily suppress him. What was there to be nervous about? Originally, they thought that Lu Ming was a great expert. Lu Ming saw the expressions of the crowd. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he had a plan. A transformation void martial realm expert. Kid, did you sneak out? Kang Long asked coldly. He thought that Lu Ming must have sneaked out when Su Tu and the others were not prepared. That's right. What do you want? Lu Ming pretended to have a drastic change in expression. He retreated continuously, looking nervous. You really sneaked out? Kang Long sneered and said, Let me ask you, how are the people who entered your world? What are they doing? Those despicable guys are slaughtering and killing innocent people. They are simply inhumane. Lu Ming pretended to be infuriated. He was infuriated. Ha! Kong Long and the others laughed out loud. Forget it. Let them play. Kid, kneel down and surrender. I have something to ask you. Kong Long waved his hand. You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it. I am the top genius of the Heaven Realm. I see that you are not old. I challenge you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you? What qualifications do you have to challenge the young master? You are just an ant. I will kill you with one palm. A burly man said ferociously. Wait. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. Chapter 2571. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. He looked at Lu Ming with interest and said, You're the top genius of your world? That's right. You don't look old. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming said loudly. How long have you been cultivating? If you've been cultivating for too long, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Kong Long said proudly. I've been cultivating for more than 8,000 years. Lu Ming said arrogantly. He had heard from the ancestral Gragon that those who hadn't cultivated for more than 10,000 years were considered the top geniuses of the younger generation in the chaotic universe. Therefore, he said 8,000 years. It's not bad to have such a cultivation after 8,000 years. All right, I'll play with you. Kong Long said proudly and stepped forward. He was curious about the skills of a top genius from a small kiliacosm. As a top genius himself, he naturally wanted to test Lu Ming's skills. Young master, don't take risks, a burly man said worriedly. What did you say? Take risks? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll lose to a native from a small kiliacosm? Kong Long stopped and looked at the burly man coldly. His face was gloomy. The burly man's expression changed drastically. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down in fear. Young master, this subordinate didn't mean that. This subordinate didn't mean that. Please spare my life, young master. Kong Long was the son of the Yuan Luo Palace master. He was talented and loved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the entire planet Dark Underworld as his territory. Moreover, Kong Long's methods were cruel, and he killed people without batting an eyelid. Provoking him would only result in death. It would be strange if he wasn't scared to death. I've been cultivating for more than 500 years and I've reached the demigod realm. My combat strength is enough to kill a rank 1 empty god. What are you afraid of? Do you think a native from a small kiliacosm can harm me? Kong Long said again and his voice became colder. No, how could that be? Young master is a peerless genius. How could this bumpkin be a match for young master? Yes. I dare to bet that this native won't be able to withstand 3 moves from young master. No, 1 move is enough. The others spoke one after another, flattering him. Only then did Kong Long's expression become a little better. Step back, don't get in the way. Kong Long waved his hand. The others could only retreat. In their opinion, Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial stage. Moreover, a native of the spirit space was not a threat to Kong Long at all. They were very relieved about this. Seeing this, Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had achieved his goal. As long as these people looked down on him, he would challenge Kong Long and take the opportunity to take Kong Long hostage. Only then would he have a chance to survive. He put on an act and Kong Long fell for it. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years, and he had already reached the demigod realm. This was an unbelievable feat in the heavenly world, primordial realm, and fiend god realm. He had cultivated for less than 500 years, but he was different and could not be judged according to common sense. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, he had not reached the demigod realm. In addition, people like Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and Dandan could not be judged according to common sense. However, Kong Long was able to cultivate to the demigod realm in 500 years. This talent was extremely shocking. Moreover, he had said that his combat strength was comparable to a level 1 empty god realm existence. The chaotic universe was indeed not comparable to the heavenly world, primordial realm, or fiend god realm. As soon as Lu Ming came out, he encountered a powerful supreme talent. "Young man, make your move. Let me see what a native of the spirit space is capable of." Kong Long stepped forward and was not far away from Lu Ming, his face full of arrogance. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. However, he did not use the path of the sovereign. Instead, he used the strength of his physical body to throw out a punch. What a stable space! When he threw out a punch, Lu Ming felt that something was different. His current physical strength was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. If he was in the heavenly world, primordial realm, or fiend god realm, the space would collapse into pieces with a punch. But now, when he threw out a punch, he found that the space was incomparably stable. Not even a trace of ripple was produced. Insignificant skill. A disdainful smile appeared on Kong Long's face as he punched out as well. His fist was covered with a thin layer of divine power. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With this little strength, you are also the #1 supreme talent of a spirit space? A spirit space is indeed a native. Old bumpkin, I will cripple you now and take you back to refine medicine. Kong Long's contempt grew. With a wave of his hand, he attacked Lu Ming continuously. When the others saw that Lu Ming was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Kong Long, they immediately relaxed. In their opinion, Lu Ming was indeed an ordinary void transformation realm martial artist. It was impossible for him to be Kong Long's opponent. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, pretending to be defeated. In fact, he was secretly triggering the battle formula. Kong Long's cultivation was in the demigod realm. His combat strength was indeed very strong, far surpassing the demigods that Lu Ming had encountered. In the heavenly world, primordial realm, and fiend god realm, there were no other demigods who could compare to him. He was not lying when he said that he could fight with a first-level nihility god. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to trigger double combat strength so that he could suppress Kong Long in one fell swoop before the others could react. "Ah, kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I can spare you and spare your life." Kong Long laughed arrogantly, his attacks becoming more and more violent. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The double combat strength of the battle formula was triggered. Is that so? There was a strange smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Boom! Lu Ming counterattacked. He stretched out his hand and the sovereign's Dao exploded, directly defeating Kong Long's attack. He grabbed Kong Long's wrist and shook it forcefully. Crack! Kong Long's body shook like a sieve, his bones breaking inch by inch. At the same time, Lu Ming clasped Kong Long's neck. Kong Long was like a pile of mud, unable to move at all. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the others realized it, it was too late. What's going on? Kid, what are you doing? Let go of young master. You're courting death. The others roared in anger, releasing a terrifying aura. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two burly men and an old man behind Kong Long were definitely above the 4th-level nihility god realm. They were extremely terrifying. If you take a step forward, he will die. Lu Ming said coldly. The sovereign's Dao shrouded Kong Long. As long as he willed it, Kong Long would die. Those people stopped in their tracks, not daring to take a step forward. Kid, despicable native, let go of me, quick. At this moment, Kong Long roared in anger. Of course, he now understood that Lu Ming had been putting on an act previously. He had deliberately pretended to be weak so that he could take advantage of the situation to trap him. Chapter 2572. Let you go? You're really naive. Wouldn't I be courting death if I let you go now? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glanced at the surrounding people and said, "Move aside, let me leave. Otherwise, I'll kill him." You dare? Kid, do you know who he is? He's the young master of the Yuan Luo Hall, the son of the Yuan Luo Hall master. You'll suffer a miserable fate if you dare to touch him. Do you understand? The old man roared. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. If it wasn't for Kong Long, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death with a single palm strike. The son of the Yuan Luo Hall master? That's even better. If I kill him, all of you will probably die with him. Come, we'll die together. Lu Ming said coldly. The old man and the two burly men were furious. They almost vomited blood from anger, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Ming was right. Kong Long was favored by the Yuan Luo Hallmaster. The Yuan Luo Hallmaster was famous for his ruthlessness. If Kong Long really died, they would be buried with him. Kid, you're finished. Let me tell you, you have nowhere to go. I'm going to kill you and everyone in your pocket dimension. I won't let a single one of them go. All of them will die. Kong Long roared madly. He was furious when he thought about how he was captured by a native of a pocket dimension. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock if news of this were to spread? Impatient, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he swung his palm like a blade and sent one of Kong Long's arms flying. Kong Long let out a miserable shriek. Although at his level, even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover very quickly. However, that kind of pain was real. How dare you? You're courting death. The others roared furiously. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll directly cripple his divine flame next time. Now, all of you move aside and let me leave. I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said coldly. Let the young master go first and we'll let you leave. The old man said. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let him go, you'd better kill me immediately and let me leave first. Otherwise, I can only cripple him first. Lu Ming's sovereign lord power transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed into Kong Long's dantian, wanting to destroy his divine flame. Get out of the way, you idiots, get out of the way. Let him go, let him go. Kong Long roared hysterically. He was scared. He was really scared. Once the divine flame was destroyed, his cultivation would be crippled. So what if he let one Lu Ming go? In his heart, even 10,000 or 100 million Lu Mings were not as important as a single strand of his hair. He swore that once he escaped, he would definitely send experts to capture Lu Ming and grind Lu Ming's bones into ashes. The people at the side had ugly expressions, but now, they could only step aside. The old man and the others retreated to the sides. Whoosh! Lu Ming carried Kong Long and rushed out of the encirclement. Let go of the young master now. The old man roared. When I'm safe, I'll let him go. Also, you'd better not chase after me. Otherwise, I'll cripple him immediately. Lu Ming said coldly. The old man and the others were infuriated and wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, they did not dare to chase after him and could only watch helplessly. Lu Ming flew at full speed and disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Quick, report this to the higher-ups. Send experts above level 7 Empty God Realm to kill that brat and save the young master. Quick! The old man and the others immediately took action and left the place. Their cultivation level was still not high enough. If there was an expert above the 7th level of the Void God Realm, even if Lu Ming took down Kong Long, such a person would be able to kill him quickly and rescue Kong Long before Lu Ming could react. The old man and the others left the place while Lu Ming carried Kong Long and flew away quickly. The space of the Eldritch universe is too stable and the gravity is shockingly strong. As Lu Ming flew, he wanted to tear open the space and travel through it. However, he realized that he could not do so. In the Heaven Realm, with his cultivation, the space would automatically tear open when he took a step forward. He could travel from one world to another in an instant. However, he realized that even if he used all his strength, he could not tear open the space. Not even a ripple was produced, let alone tear open the space. Moreover, the gravity here was shocking. Lu Ming's flying speed was a few hundred times slower than when he was in the Heaven Realm. What a rich divine qi! Following which, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He could feel the surging divine aura between heaven and earth converging toward him like a tide. Yes, it was divine qi, not origin qi. The space here was filled with divine qi, which was exactly the same as the Yellow Spring Mountain. However, the divine qi in the Yellow Spring Mountain could not be compared to here. It was much thinner. Although the Yellow Spring Mountain was sealed there from the Eldritch universe, it was normal for the divine qi to be thin after such a long time. The cultivation environment here is too good. If I cultivate here, my cultivation speed will be at least 10 times faster than in the Heaven Realm. In some good places, it might even be faster. Lu Ming thought. No wonder Kong Long was a demigod in less than 500 years of cultivation. The cultivation environment here was completely incomparable to the heaven realm. The Eldritch universe, the greater thousand world, was known as the divine world. It was the end of all the lesser thousand worlds. Kid, we're already here. Let me go. Kong Long yelled again. Shut up and let you go. As far as I know, the entire dark underworld planet is the territory of the Yuan Luo Palace. If I let you go, wouldn't I be courting death? When I'm safe, I'll let you go. Lu Ming said coldly. Kong Long's anger soared to the sky, but under such circumstances, he could only endure it. Lu Ming kept flying. He purposely flew in a secluded place. After half a day, he had lost track of how far he had flown. He flew into a barren mountain, and there was no one around. After flying there, Lu Ming stuffed Kong Long into the mountain river diagram and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Lu Ming flew into a barren mountain. Suddenly, a loud roar came from below. The roar was so loud that it shook the mountains. Then, a bloody mouth rushed out from below and bit at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and unleashed the Sovereign Dao to stomp down. The Sovereign Dao condensed into a giant purple gold foot and stomped on the mouth. With a loud boom, the purple gold foot collapsed and Lu Ming was sent flying by a powerful force. What a terrifying force! It's equivalent to a level 2 empty god realm martial artist. What is that? Lu Ming was shocked. With the help of this force, he flew quickly. Bang! Bang! The earth rumbled. Lu Ming saw a giant creature that was as big as a mountain. It stomped on the ground and chased after Lu Ming. Chapter 2573. It was a living creature that Lu Ming had never seen before. It was covered in scales and its hind legs were thick and strong. However, its front legs were very short and small, curled up in front of its body. Its head was like a lizard's and its mouth was huge and filled with terrifying fangs. Its hind legs were running at an astonishing speed. What surprised Lu Ming was that it was emitting a terrifying dragon power. Lu Ming did not bother with it and flew with all his might. Currently, he had not triggered the double combat strength. Hence, he was no match for a level 2 empty god. After flying for a while, the creature stopped when it saw that it could not catch up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. After that, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He retracted his aura and slowed down. Who knew if there were other powerful beings in the barbaric mountain range? Indeed, after flying for a while, Lu Ming saw another huge creature. It was similar to the previous one, but its aura was more terrifying. It was at level 3 empty god realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming had discovered it early and avoided it from afar. Let's ask Senior Zhu Long. Lu Ming's heart stirred. A light and shadow flashed and Ancestral Gregon appeared. Zhu Long had been on guard. When he appeared, he immediately scanned the surroundings. He was relieved when he saw that Lu Ming was alone. Lu Ming, what happened? Did you escape? Zhu Long was surprised. This time, it was a gamble and the chances of success were not high. He was even prepared for Lu Ming to fail and they would all be arrested. At this moment, he saw that Lu Ming was alone in the middle of a barbaric mountain range. Naturally, he was extremely surprised. Senior, I was lucky to take the first step. Lu Ming immediately told Zhu Long about the situation. The son of Yuan Luo Hall Master? It seems like he is the son of Yuan Luo Hall Master. Zhu Long's eyes moved. He had stayed in the heaven realm for countless years, while Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years. Naturally, Ancestral Gregon did not know Kong Long. Lu Ming, you must get hold of Kong Long. We are still on the Dark Underworld star. The Yuan Luo Palace will definitely send a large number of experts to capture you. You might be useful at a critical moment. Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, how do we leave planet Dark Underworld? Lu Ming asked. The Dark Underworld star is huge. It's much bigger than the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm combined. If you want to leave the Dark Underworld star and go to other planets, you have to take the space teleportation formation. Ancestral Dragon said. In that case, We can use Kong Long to threaten them, and then use the teleportation formation to leave this place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ancestral Gragon shook his head and sighed. There must be a terrifying existence guarding the teleportation formation. If you encounter an existence above level 7 Empty God Realm, I'm afraid Kong Long will be useless. Such an existence is too powerful. Before you can react, they will kill you. Even before you kill Kong Long, they will destroy your soul. So powerful. Lu Ming frowned. The difference between each level of the Empty God Realm is too great. If you encounter a true god, they can kill you with a thought. Ancestral Dragon said. It seems like my strength is at the bottom of the chaotic universe. Lu Ming felt helpless. In the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm, his strength was at the top. However, when he came to the chaotic universe, he realized that his strength was too weak. Any expert or a giant beast in the wild was stronger than him. He still had a long way to go in his cultivation. The Martial God Realm was only the first step of cultivation. Entering the Martial God Realm was the second step. The Empty God Realm was only the starting point of the second step. There were still true gods, heavenly gods, and supreme beings. Each one was more powerful than the last. He wondered how powerful a supreme being would be. He might be able to destroy a small thousand world like the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm with a breath. Senior, is it possible to cross the starry sky and go to other planets? Lu Ming asked after calming himself down. Cross the starry sky? Ancestral Dragon shook his head and said with a wry smile, the starry sky is full of dangers. Ordinary empty gods will explode and die as soon as they enter the starry sky. True gods can stay in the starry sky for a short while, but they can't cross the starry sky. If you want to cross the starry sky and go from one planet to another, you need to be at least a heavenly god. Heavenly God Realm. Lu Ming was speechless and gave up on the idea. However, you don't have to rely on your cultivation to cross the starry sky. In the chaotic universe, there's a kind of starship that can cross the starry sky. However, it's too precious and ordinary people can't have it. Ancestral Dragon said. What should I do? Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't go to the teleportation formation. If he couldn't cross the starry sky, how could he leave this place? He didn't have much time left. He only had a year. If he couldn't leave in a year, the small world in his body would merge with the chaotic universe. He wasn't the only one. All the people in the Heaven region who practiced the rules of order and had cultivated a small world would have to do the same. At that time, there would be a huge commotion. If he stayed in Dark Underworld Star, Yuan Luo Hall would sense it. It was too dangerous to stay in Dark Underworld Star. He had to leave Dark Underworld Star within a year. In the distance, a huge creature roared and walked around the mountains, causing the mountains to shake. A wild beast. Ancestral Dragon looked at the huge creature and muttered. A wild beast? Lu Ming was confused. Wasn't it a divine beast? In the chaotic universe, there are two types of beasts. One is a divine beast and the other is a wild beast. Divine beasts are spiritual. Like humans, they have created various cultivation skills. Various races gather and are scattered across the chaotic universe, forming powerful forces. On the other hand, wild beasts have low spirituality. They cultivate based on their instincts and like to stay in the wild mountains. Actually, in the beginning, wild beasts and divine beasts were the same race. However, as time passed, they slowly diverged. Ancestral Dragon explained. Lu Ming nodded. He understood. This is a wild dragon. It is an extremely powerful existence among the wild beasts. It is said that in the beginning, wild dragons and true dragons were of the same race. Ancestral Gragon explained. Then, the two of them discussed for a while. They didn't have a better idea for the time being. They planned to go to some places where people gathered and gather information before making the next step. Then, Ancestral Dragon returned to Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming continued to fly. Lu Ming took more than 10 days to fly out of the mountain range. Then, he concealed his aura and changed his appearance. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. The dark underworld planet was too big. Even though Lu Ming's speed here was 100 times slower than when he was in the heaven realm, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was still astonishingly fast. However, Lu Ming still took a few more days to see a city. Chapter 2574. A majestic city stood on the ground. It looked even bigger than Two Realm City. Lu Ming walked into the city through a huge city gate. So many races. After entering the city gate, Lu Ming discovered that there were people coming and going on the streets of the city. They were divided into different races. At a glance, Lu Ming found at least dozens of races. Although there were also humans, they were the least. The chaotic astral river has gathered many different races. It's true, Lu Ming thought. During these days, Lu Ming would chat with Ancestral Graygon from time to time. Ancestral Graygon also told Lu Ming many things about the primitive universe. The great desolate universe was boundless. It was simply too big. There were countless planets with life. In the primitive universe, there were countless races, each occupying a large territory. These territories were called star fields. There were many galaxies under each star field, and there were many planets under each galaxy. The number of habitable planets under each galaxy was astonishing. The Yuan Luo Palace was located at the edge of the primitive universe, in a place called the Chaotic Astral River. The Chaotic Astral River could be said to be one of the most barren galaxies in the primitive universe. Those powerful forces did not care about this place at all. Therefore, it became a rather special galaxy. Those who could not survive, escaped criminals, or were being hunted, etc., would all come to the Chaotic Astral River. Therefore, countless races gathered in the Chaotic Astral River. This place was full of chaos and killing could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Chaotic Astral River had formed many forces of different sizes. These forces could be seen conquering each other. When Lu Ming first heard that this place was one of the most barren places in the primitive universe, he was really shocked. In Lu Ming's opinion, the cultivation environment here was already extremely amazing. It was dozens of times better than the heaven realm. If such a place was the most barren place in the primitive universe, then how amazing would those places with good cultivation environments be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He felt that the primitive universe would be more exciting than the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm. What about the Taishu dynasty? Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the Taishu dynasty mentioned by White Fang. The master of the Yellow Springs Mountain, Jingyu, came from the Taishu dynasty. Where was the Taishu dynasty? Lu Ming had asked Ancestral Graygon about this, but Ancestral Graygon shook his head. He had never heard of the Taishu dynasty. Ancestral Graygon was born and raised in the Chaotic Star River. According to him, he had never left the Chaotic Star River in his entire life. Lu Ming wandered around the streets. Here, there were all kinds of races. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lu Ming. Looks like there aren't too many void gods either? Lu Ming looked around and discovered that most of the people on the street were martial emperors. In the primitive universe, it was the void prying stage, the true void stage, the profound void stage, and the void transformation stage. There weren't many people who had reached the void god realm. Lu Ming saw the most void transformation realm and demigods. It seemed that in the primitive universe, it wasn't easy to break through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming looked around and found an inn to stay in. In the next few days, Lu Ming would wander around the city or go to some restaurants to ask for information. Lu Ming knew that there were only teleportation formations in the two largest cities. However, there were many experts from the Yuan Luo Palace guarding those two cities. Should I take the risk? Lu Ming thought. He wanted to disguise himself and see if he could take the opportunity to fool the teleportation formation in front of him. However, he wasn't confident. Although his divine breath technique worked in the heaven realm, there were too many experts in the primitive universe. Who knew if those experts would be able to see through the disguise of his divine breath technique? Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the effect of the divine breath technique became less and less effective. It was harder and harder to conceal his aura. This was natural. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger one's aura would be. It would be harder to conceal it unless there was a more exquisite way to conceal one's aura. I'll observe for a while and see if there are any other ways. If there's no other way, I'll have to take the risk. Lu Ming made up his mind. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the city and cultivated while thinking of a way. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was indeed much faster than in the heaven realm. Lu Ming often used Jing Yu's portrait to comprehend the sovereign intent and improved rapidly. However, there was a seal on Jing Yu's portrait. Lu Ming still couldn't open it. It was probably because his cultivation wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In 2 months, Lu Ming's comprehension of the sovereign Dao had improved. It was comparable to 10 years of cultivation in the heaven realm. He believed that it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to increase again. On this day, Lu Ming was walking on the street when he suddenly looked at the sky. In the sky, a few streams of light flashed past. They were a few empty God realm experts. Recently, there have been more and more experts in the vicinity. Indeed, they seemed to be looking for someone. Around him, many people were discussing. Could it be that the experts of the Yuan Luo Palace are looking for me? Lu Ming thought. He had taken down Kong Long, so the Yuan Luo Palace definitely wouldn't let him go. It was normal for them to send a large number of experts to hunt him down. After that, Lu Ming became more careful. However, in the next few days, Lu Ming discovered that the number of experts in the city had decreased instead of increasing. Some people even walked into the city and looked around with sharp eyes. It was as if the other party had locked onto the city. Lu Ming returned to the inn and summoned Ancestral Gregon. He told him about this matter. Oh no, the other party must have locked onto you. You just came out of the heaven realm and haven't assimilated with the chaotic universe. There must be a strong aura of the heaven realm on your body. It won't be difficult for the other party to lock onto you as long as they spend some time studying you. Ancestral Gregon's face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed. However, the other party didn't find you immediately. This means that they can only determine the general area and can't pinpoint your exact location. Now, you have to leave this place quickly. Ancestral Gregon said. All right. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and kept Ancestral Gregon into his small world. Lu Ming directly left the inn and headed out of the city. Soon, Lu Ming exited the city gate. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Stop! After Lu Ming flew for a while, 2 people flew toward him and one of them reprimanded him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They were 2 middle-aged men and both of them were empty gods. One of them was holding a crystal ball in his hand. At this moment, the crystal ball was shining with a faint light. The 2 middle-aged men flew towards Lu Ming. When they got close to Lu Ming, the crystal ball suddenly shone brightly. It's him! The 2 middle-aged men's eyes lit up. Swoosh! Lu Ming dashed out and flew in another direction at high speed. Stop right there! Chase after him. The 2 middle-aged burly men chased after Lu Ming at high speed. Chapter 2575. The crystal balls in the 2 middle-aged men's hands could clearly sense Lu Ming's aura. As soon as the crystal balls got close to him, they lit up. Lu Ming's face darkened as he flew at top speed. However, as time passed, the distance between him and the 2 middle-aged men narrowed. Brat, you can't escape, one of the men said malevolently with an oppressive aura. The 2 middle-aged men were at level 2 empty god realm. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would not be a match for them. As such, Lu Ming constantly activated the battle character art as he flew. Boom! There seemed to be an explosion in his body. The battle character art had successfully activated the double combat strength. Lu Ming did not attack immediately but continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, both parties were far away from the city and flew into a forest. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure, which was flying at high speed, stopped abruptly. Not only that, but he also dashed toward the 2 burly middle-aged men. A combat sword appeared in his hands and he slashed with it. The 2 middle-aged burly men did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly stop running. Instead, he charged toward them. They could not stop themselves in time and dashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The 2 middle-aged men also made their moves. They each made a move. However, the situation was too sudden. They could only display at most 50% of their battle prowess. Level 2 Empty God Realm martial artists could only use 50% of their combat strength. They could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. One of the middle-aged men did not even have the chance to scream as he was slashed into two by Lu Ming's sword. Not good. The other burly man hastily retreated. Kill! Lu Ming held his combat sword and charged towards the middle-aged man with cold killing intent. The middle-aged man finally recovered and took out a combat sword to slash at Lu Ming. Clang! The combat sword and saber collided and the middle-aged man retreated. Although Lu Ming, who had activated the battle character art, was not a match for a level 3 Empty God Realm martial artist, he had the upper hand against a level 2 Empty God Realm martial artist. After knocking back the middle-aged man with one move, Lu Ming continued to attack his opponent, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The middle-aged man's roar was like thunder. Naturally, he was unwilling to be killed, so he fought back with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them continued to clash. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess was ultimately stronger. The middle-aged man was no match for him. After a dozen or so exchanges, his arms were torn apart and he was sent flying backwards, spitting out blood. Lu Ming became one with his sword and rushed over, killing the middle-aged man. "You're courting death." At this moment, two figures flew over from the direction of the city, emitting cold killing intent. Clearly, the commotion caused by the battle here had alerted the other experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he collected the storage rings of the two middle-aged men, then turned into a beam of light and flew away at top speed. The two people who came later were extremely powerful. One of them was at level 2 Empty God Realm, while the other had a terrifying aura. He was at level 3 Empty God Realm. This was not the Heaven region. Lu Ming could mobilize the power of the Heaven region, the Yuan realm, and the Evil God realm. In this place, Lu Ming was definitely not a match for a level 3 Empty God Realm expert. Lu Ming flew at top speed, with the two people chasing after him. The two of them looked middle-aged. One of them was a burly man with a horn on his head, while the other was a human with disheveled hair. The human man's cultivation was at level 3 Empty God Realm. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had flown for tens of thousands of miles. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out of a mountain peak in front of Lu Ming. It was a burly old man. The old man was also holding a crystal ball in his hands. At this moment, the crystal ball was reflecting light. I've searched high and low, only to find it by chance. The burly old man laughed and threw a punch at Lu Ming. A terrifying fist force pressed down on Lu Ming. Rumble! Before the fist force arrived, it brought along a terrifying wave, causing Lu Ming to hold his breath. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The combat sword and the fist force collided, causing the combat sword to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a violent force surging towards him. He could not help but take a few steps back as the blood in his body churned. Level 3 Empty God Realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming steadied himself and looked solemn. With his current combat strength, he was unable to deal with a level 3 Empty God Realm expert. Unless his cultivation had broken through to a level 3 Heavenly Emperor and the battle character skill had doubled his combat strength, he would be able to fight against a level 3 Empty God Realm expert. The moment Lu Ming stopped, the two people behind caught up and surrounded Lu Ming. 2 level 3 Empty God Realm experts and 1 level 2 Empty God Realm expert. Hee kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. The single-horned burly man sneered. Lu Ming frowned. He was no match for the 2 level 3 Empty God Realm experts. He wanted to use Kong Long to threaten them. With Kong Long in his hand, he did not believe that they would dare to attack him. Kill! However, at this moment, the burly man with messy hair struck directly. He was very decisive. A long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifying spear gleam, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, pierced toward Lu Ming. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to react, Lu Ming could only swing his sword to block the attack. Ding! The combat sword and the long spear collided and Lu Ming retreated quickly. Kill! Kill! The burly old man and the single-horned burly man attacked Lu Ming. The old man's fist force was terrifying. He was wearing a pair of gloves that were obviously a sacred weapon, and each of his punches was terrifying. Lu Ming tried his best to block a few blows, and his body was in pain as though it was going to split open. Just as Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, there was a sudden change. The burly man with messy hair suddenly changed his spear force. He was no longer attacking Lu Ming but the burly old man. The burly old man had never expected that the burly old man would suddenly attack him, and he was caught off guard. The long spear pierced through the burly old man's glabella, and the burly old man died. Lu Ming was stunned, and the single-horned burly man was stunned as well. He then shouted, "Song Emma, what are you doing?" The burly man with messy hair responded to the single-horned burly man with a cold shout. He took the opportunity to pull out his long spear and swept it across the single-horned burly man's body. The single-horned burly man screamed as his body was split into two, and he was on the verge of death. "Go down and find the answer yourself," the burly man with messy hair said coldly. He then thrust his spear again and ended the life of the single-horned burly man. The burly old man and the single-horned burly man were killed by the burly man with messy hair in an instant. Lu Ming retreated cautiously. He was very curious as to why the other party would suddenly kill each other. The burly man with messy hair looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing. He pondered for a moment and said, "Are you from the heaven realm?" Chapter 2576. The man with messy hair suddenly asked Lu Ming if he was from the heaven realm, which made Lu Ming's eyes move. "You know about the heaven realm?" Lu Ming asked. Ever since Lu Ming came to the chaotic universe, the people he met didn't call him the heaven realm. They just called him the small thousand world and called Lu Ming a native. But this man with messy hair knew about the heaven realm. Lu Ming was surprised. "Because I'm also from the heaven realm." The man with messy hair smiled. "What?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was really beyond his expectations. "To be exact, I'm from the heaven realm. But I left the heaven realm in the primordial age. I don't know how many years have passed." The man with messy hair sighed. He should be someone who reached the demigod realm in the primordial age. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the primordial age, anyone who reached the demigod realm would leave the heaven realm and come to the chaotic universe to break through. Lu Ming didn't expect to meet someone from the heaven realm here. This might be the reason why the other party killed the horned man and the burly old man. Lu Ming relaxed a little. "I'm Song Mo." The man introduced himself and said, "I heard that many years ago, the passage between the heaven realm and the dark underworld star was sealed. How did you come out?" "You don't know what happened recently?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." Song Mo shook his head and said, "I received an order. The young master of the Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long, was secretly kidnapped by someone. We were in charge of finding the person who kidnapped Kong Long. I only sensed the strong aura of the heaven realm from your body when I saw you. I will never forget it." "I see." Lu Ming nodded. "It's like this." Then, Lu Ming briefly told him what happened in the heaven realm and the evil god realm. "I see. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the heaven realm. Sigh, unfortunately, we can't protect the heaven realm." Song Mo sighed. "Senior, why did you join the Yuan Luo Palace when they treated the heaven realms so badly?" Lu Ming asked. This was also what he found strange. That was why he was still wary of the Song dynasty. Sigh. Song Mo sighed and said, "It's all because of the Yuan Luo Hall. The Yuan Luo Palace treated the heaven realm and the primordial realm as pastures. They used the divine beasts of the human race as medicinal ingredients to refine medicine. I only found out about this after I left the heaven realm. Moreover, in the evil god world of the heaven domain and the primordial realm, anyone who has reached the half-god realm will be controlled by the Yuan Luo Hall once they step out and come to the dark underworld star. Many restrictions will be placed on their souls, and they can only obey their orders. Otherwise, they will suffer a fate worse than death." At this point, Song Mo's eyes revealed a trace of savagery. "Damn it, I can't believe it." Lu Ming also shouted coldly. Since ancient times, Almost all the half-gods who came out of the heaven realm and the primordial realm have been controlled by the Yuan Luo Hall and have become their slaves. If there's anything dangerous, they will send us to do it. If things don't go their way, they will control the restrictions to torture us. And we can't escape at all. Once we leave a certain range of the Yuan Luo Hall, the restrictions will activate and we will suffer a fate worse than death. Song Emo said again. At the end, his voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Lu Ming's face was also gloomy. He could understand Song Mo's feelings. In the heaven realm and the evil god world, they had reached the half-god realm and stood at the peak. They came to the Eldritch universe with great ambition, wanting to reach a higher realm. But in reality, they had become the Yuan Luo Hall's slaves. How sad was that? You should be cultivating the law system. I have met a few half-gods from the heaven realm who cultivated the law system and cultivated a small world. But once they come to the Eldritch universe, the small world will merge with the Eldritch universe after a year. You must escape from the dark underworld star within a year. Otherwise, you will be found by the Yuan Luo Hall's experts. Song Emo said. Senior, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked. There are only two ways to leave the dark underworld star. One is to take the starry sky teleportation formation. The other is to leave on a starry sky battleship. But now the entire dark underworld star is looking for you. The teleportation formation is guarded by terrifying experts. Once you go, you will be discovered. And a starry sky battleship is very precious and rare. I don't have one. Song Mo's brows furrowed. Lu Ming was silent. The current situation was not good. He had wanted to go to the teleportation formation to see if he could fool them. But now, the other party could sense the heaven realm aura on him. If he went, he would only be walking into a trap and die. What should I do? Lu Ming frowned. Now, we can only try our luck. Song Emo pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Try our luck? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Song Emo nodded and said, Throughout the years, most of the demigods that emerged from our celestial dimension have been controlled by the Origin Azura Hall. However, one person managed to escape successfully and escape the Origin Azura Hall's control. Perhaps you've heard of that person. The people of the celestial dimension call him the Technique Ancestor. The Ancestor of Techniques. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had heard of the Ancestor of Techniques. He was a legendary figure in the heaven realm. The Ancestor of Techniques was extremely talented and rare. At the end of the ancient era, the Ancestor of Techniques appeared out of nowhere and created the law cultivation system. Furthermore, the law cultivation system rapidly expanded. In the end, the law cultivation system even defeated the ancient era cultivation system and became the mainstream cultivation system of the heaven realm. The Ancestor of Techniques' life could be written into a legend. Later on, when the Ancestor of Techniques reached the demigod realm, he left the heaven realm. The current Heavenly Thunder Emperor of the heaven realm was one of the Ancestor of Techniques' disciples. The Ancestor of Techniques broke away from the Yuan Luo Hall's control and risked his life to cultivate. In the end, he reached the true God realm and returned to the chaotic galaxy. He created a force and gathered many experts to fight against the Yuan Luo Hall. Song Emo said. Lu Ming nodded. Anyone from the heaven realm who knew the truth would want to destroy the Yuan Luo Hall. It was normal for one to fight against the Yuan Luo Hall when they had mastered the law cultivation system. For so many years, the Ancestor of Techniques' forces have become stronger and stronger. He has been fighting against the Yuan Luo Hall non-stop. On the dark underworld planet, there is a star iron mine that produces precious star iron. I heard that the Ancestor of Techniques' forces attacked the star iron mine some time ago. If you go to the star iron mine and are lucky enough to meet the Ancestor of Techniques' forces, you can leave the dark underworld planet with them. This is the only way now. Take this. Song Emo waved his hand and a jade talisman flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He found that it was a huge map. This is the map of the dark underworld planet. You can find the exact location of the star iron mine by following the map. I can't stay with you for too long or I'll be exposed. Song Emo said. Chapter 2577. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. You carry the hope of the heavenly boundary. I hope you can escape. Song Emo said with a smile. Senior, how can I break the seal on your body? I have mastered the Tao of Sovereign. Perhaps I can help you break the seal. Lu Ming said. His Tao of Sovereign was extremely mysterious. It might work. You've mastered the Tao of Sovereign. Song Emo was taken aback, extremely shocked. Not many people had mastered the Tao of Sovereign even in the primitive universe. Every one of them was a peerless genius whose name shook the world. Lu Ming had mastered such power. Ah, good. You're really the hope of the heavenly boundary. Song Emo laughed. His face was full of smiles. After a while, Song Emo said, but your cultivation is too low. The seal on my body was personally placed by the Yuan Luo Hall Master. Even if you have mastered the Tao of Sovereign, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you reach the true immortal realm to break the seal. True immortal realm? Lu Ming muttered. As expected, it wasn't that simple. If it was that simple, the ancestor of technique would have secretly helped them break the seal. Go, be careful. I'll think of a way to lure away some of the people from the Yuan Luo Hall nearby. Song Emo said. Senior, Lu Ming will remember today's kindness. If Lu Ming escapes from danger, I'll definitely come back to save you. Lu Ming clasped his fists with a determined gaze. All right, I believe in you. Song Emo smiled. Then, Lu Ming used his movement technique and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place. After Lu Ming left, Song Emo destroyed the traces at the scene and left as well. Lu Ming flew for a while before landing on the ground. After all, flying in the air was too big of a target. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't have a fixed direction. He would go east, then west. He moved in a zigzag manner to avoid being detected by the Yuan Luo Hall. Although it was slower, it was at least safer. Just like that, Lu Ming followed the map given by Song Emo and headed toward the Star Iron Mine. The people of the Yuan Luo Palace could only capture Lu Ming's approximate location with the crystal ball. They couldn't pinpoint his exact position. Now that Lu Ming was moving quickly and constantly changing directions, it was even more difficult for the other party to capture his precise position. Therefore, Lu Ming did not encounter any experts from the Yuan Luo Hall in the following days. However, Planet Dark Underworld was too big. Lu Ming's speed was already slow. It took him more than 2 months to reach the Star Iron Mine. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-year deadline. There were less than 8 months left. After arriving here, Lu Ming became even more cautious. Because there was a terrifying expert guarding the Star Iron Mine. There was no doubt that there was a rank 7 ethereal god realm expert. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Lu Ming restrained his aura and carefully approached the Star Iron Mine to check out the situation. This area was an endless mountain range. There were towering mountains everywhere. Lu Ming hid in one of the mountains and looked into the distance. In the distance, there were mountains and a huge Star Iron Mine appeared in front of him. There were many figures mining there. Some experts were patrolling. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Senior Song Emo and the people of the Dharma Ancestors Force came to attack this Star Iron Mine. But now it has been a few months. Are the people of the Dharma Ancestors still here? Even if they are, how can I find them? Will they attack again? Lu Ming pondered and thoughts flashed through his mind. He decided to wait nearby. Then, Lu Ming waited near the Star Iron Mine. However, he did not stay in one place. Instead, he constantly changed his position to avoid being discovered by the other party. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. However, there was no movement. The Star Iron Mine had been operating peacefully. Have the people of the Dharma Ancestor left? Lu Ming frowned. Time was running out. Not long after, Lu Ming changed his direction again and carefully went to another mountain peak. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. He felt a sense of danger. Lu Ming took a step forward and suddenly moved 100 meters to the right. A sword light landed on the place where Lu Ming had just stepped, cutting a deep gully in the ground. You can dodge my sword. Not bad. A clear voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw a woman. This woman had jade-like skin and exquisite facial features. She was a stunning beauty. She had a thick ponytail and was wearing a tight outfit. She held a long sword in her hand and looked quite heroic. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Had he been discovered by the people of the Yuan Luo Palace? Lu Ming quickly retreated. At the same time, he kept using the battle formula. He wanted to trigger the double combat strength of the battle formula. You are just a transformation void martial realm martial artist. How dare you run away in front of me? Stay. The woman shouted. Her body was like a flickering shadow as she rushed toward Lu Ming. She waved her long sword and rays of bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out continuously. Bam, bam, bam. A series of explosions sounded. Lu Ming's arm went numb and he quickly retreated. What a powerful combat strength. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This woman's cultivation was only at rank 1 empty god realm. However, her divine power was dense and powerful. Her attack strength was shocking. She could actually suppress Lu Ming. After forcing Lu Ming to retreat, the woman charged toward Lu Ming again. She waved her long sword and hundreds of rays of sword light shot out toward Lu Ming. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming finally triggered the double combat strength of the battle formula. His battle sword vibrated and rays of sword light shot out and collided with the woman. Clang, clang. The speed of their attacks was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of blows, the two of them retreated a few hundred meters. They were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner. Could she be a supreme talent from Yuan Luo Hall? Lu Ming thought to himself. Now that he had triggered the double combat strength of the battle formula, his combat strength was very close to rank 3 empty god realm and he could kill a rank 2 empty god realm martial artist. However, this woman was only at rank 1 empty god realm and she was able to fight him to a draw. Lu Ming was shocked. However, he did not know that the woman's heart was in turmoil. How can this be? How can his combat strength be so powerful? The woman shouted in her heart. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the transformation void martial realm and he was far from reaching the empty god realm. However, his combat strength was so strong that he could fight with her. It was unbelievable. The Sovereign Dao. The power that he possesses is the Sovereign Dao. There is actually a genius who possesses the Sovereign Dao in Star Dark Underworld. Yuan Luo Hall actually has such a supreme talent. He must be eliminated. Thoughts flashed through the woman's mind. Then she gritted her teeth and charged toward Lu Ming with her long sword. However, at the instant that woman attacked, their expressions all changed. In the distance, a few rays of light shot out from the star iron mine. Obviously, the battle here had been discovered. Chapter 2578. Let's go! Lu Ming turned around and increased his speed to the maximum. He thought that the woman's helpers had arrived and it would be dangerous if he stayed any longer. The woman was surprised. She thought that Lu Ming would try his best to hold her back when the experts from the star iron mine discovered them. She didn't expect that Lu Ming would run faster than her. Could it be that he's not from the Yuan Luo Palace? A thought flashed through the woman's mind before she left as well. Not long after they left, a few figures appeared at the place where they had fought. Looking at the ravines on the ground, one of the old men sneered. It seems like the righteous army hasn't given up and is still lingering nearby. Hee hee, their people have been captured by us. Naturally, they want to save them. Let's wait and catch them all in one fell swoop. Another old woman sneered. Their figures flashed and they disappeared from the place. Lu Ming ran for more than 100,000 miles before he stopped and found a place to rest. I'll observe here for a while. If it doesn't work, I'll have to find a hidden place on the dark underworld star and merge the small world with the chaotic universe. Lu Ming thought. Although there was a great risk in doing so and there was a high chance that the experts from the Yuan Luo Palace would discover them, he had no other choice. After resting for 2 days, Lu Ming headed towards the star iron mine. Clang, clang. Lu Ming walked for a while before he heard the sound of an intense battle ahead. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He retracted his aura and carefully approached. In front of him, 3 middle-aged men were attacking a woman. It's her. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The lady who was besieged was actually the beautiful lady who had attacked Lu Ming previously. At this moment, the woman was being attacked by 3 men and was in a dangerous situation. 2 of the 3 men were at the 2nd level of the Empty God realm, while the other was at the 3rd level of the Empty God realm. Although the woman was strong, she was no match for the 3 men. A chick from the Righteous Law Army. Not bad, she's quite tasty. I'll take her down and enjoy her. The rank 3 Empty God realm man wielded a metal rod. When he waved it around, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. With one strike, the woman's body trembled violently and she was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale as snow. Yuan Luo Palace bastard. The woman gritted her teeth and tried her best to rush to the side, but the 3 men held her tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. So she's not from the Yuan Luo Palace, but from the Jingtian army. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Previously, Song Imo had said that the force created by the ancestor of techniques was called the Righteous Army. Since this girl was from the Righteous Sky Army, she must not die in the hands of the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming began to use the battle formula, triggering double combat power. This time, his luck was pretty good. Lu Ming only needed to use it 3 times before he was able to trigger double combat power. Lu Ming cautiously approached. Then he suddenly erupted with power and charged forward. Who is it? The moment Lu Ming made his move, the other party discovered him. A level 2 Empty God realm man shouted and turned around to attack. However, the other party attacked hastily and was unable to block Lu Ming's attack. He was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Then, Lu Ming continued to step forward and attacked continuously with his battle sword. Blood splattered everywhere. That man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing this burly man, Lu Ming charged toward another burly man at level 2 Void God realm. It's him! After seeing Lu Ming, the young woman's eyes lit up. Her figure flashed rapidly as she dodged the attack of the level 3 Empty God realm expert. Without the attacks of the 2 level 2 Empty God realm experts, the pressure on the young woman was greatly reduced. After dodging a few attacks, her situation became much better. Brat, you're courting death. The level 3 Empty God realm man roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and left. He did not want to fight the other party head-on. The man roared and chased after the young woman. However, the young woman had already run far away. Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He sprinted at full speed, then made a turn and chased after the lady. After the 2 men chased for a while, they seemed to have some misgivings and did not dare to continue. Instead, they stopped and spread the news. Lu Ming followed the young woman for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, the young woman stopped and looked at Lu Ming. She said, "Although you saved me, you don't have to keep following me. What do you want?" "You're from the Righteous Army?" Lu Ming asked. The young woman's expression changed slightly. She said, "That's right. I'm very curious. Or you. The people from Yuan Luo Palace seem to want to deal with you too." "You're really from the Righteous Army?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. He said, "I'm from the same hometown as the ancestor of techniques. Can you bring me to see him?" "Ancestor of techniques? Who's that?" The young woman frowned in confusion. You don't know the ancestor of techniques? He's the one who founded the Righteous Army." Lu Ming said, "You're talking about the general? You're from the same hometown as the general?" The young woman was puzzled. "Yes, I'm the real deal. The entire planet Dark Underworld is chasing after me." Lu Ming said, "It doesn't matter if you're really from the same hometown as the general, but it's a fact that you're enemies with Yuan Luo Palace. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, it's impossible to bring you to see the general now." The young woman shook her head and sighed. "What's going on?" Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Last time, some of us attacked the planet Dark Underworld's star iron mine with the intention of stealing their ore. However, we didn't expect them to prepare an ambush beforehand. Some of us died in battle, some were captured, and only a few escaped. The senior who controlled the star warship was also captured. Now, the star warship is in their hands. If we want to escape from the planet Dark Underworld, we must first rescue those from the righteous army and take back the star warship. The young woman said. Lu Ming was speechless. It wasn't easy for him to meet the righteous army, but he didn't expect them to end up in the same situation as him. They were also trapped and couldn't escape. Now, there are many experts from Yuan Luo Palace in the Star Iron Mine. They're waiting for us to attack so that they can catch all of us in one fell swoop. During this period of time, I've been nearby checking for news. The young woman said. Lu Ming finally understood why the young woman had attacked him the moment she saw him. She must have thought that he was from Yuan Luo Palace and wanted to capture him to get information. What's the cultivation of the strongest expert in the Star Iron Mine? Lu Ming pondered for a while and asked. Level 9 Empty God Realm. The young woman said. What's the cultivation of the people who escaped? Lu Ming asked again. There's also a level 9 Empty God Realm expert, but there's only one of them. However, there are a few level 9 empty gods in the Star Iron Mine. Therefore, we're no match for them. The young woman said. There's also a level 9 empty god realm expert. That's enough. I can help you rescue them and take back the star warship. Lu Ming laughed loudly. Chapter 2579. You have a way? The young lady was puzzled. She did not believe him. Lu Ming had a way to save the righteous army and take back the Starry Sky battleship? How was that possible? Although Lu Ming was extremely talented, his cultivation was still low. His combat strength was on par with hers. What could he do? There were at least a few level 9 empty god realm experts in the Star Iron Mine. As for level 7 and 8 empty god realm experts, Lu Ming would be killed with a slap. Sometimes, you don't need to use force to save people. I'll show you something and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. A person appeared in his hand. This person was the young master of Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long. A person. At first, the young woman was stunned, but then her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This is the young master of Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long? The young lady exclaimed softly. She had not expected to meet Kong Long here. Have you seen him before? Lu Ming asked. A few times. The young lady said. She seemed to have thought of something and a bright smile appeared on her face. Kong Long had been locked up by Lu Ming for half a year and was in a daze. He was stunned for a while before he could see the situation clearly. Brat, you're dead. Let me tell you you're dead. Let me go now or I'll kill you. Tong Shi, what are you doing here? Kong Long roared when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he looked at the young lady and was stunned. Kong Long, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Looks like I'm lucky. Tong Shi looked at Kong Long and sneered. What are you trying to do? Kong Long's face turned pale. You talk too much. Lu Ming said. He waved his hand and kept Kong Long again. My cultivation is not high enough. Even with Kong Long, I'll be killed in an instant if I meet an expert above level 7 Empty God Realm. However, you have a level 9 Empty God Realm expert. If you let him exchange Kong Long for the Righteous Army and the Starry Sky battleship, you'll be confident. Lu Ming said. This was his plan. Kong Long wouldn't be of much use to him. If he could exchange him for the Righteous Sky Army's people and starships, then he could leave planet Dark Underworld. Moreover, he would be indebted to the Righteous Sky Army, so why not? Alright, if I can succeed this time, we will be extremely grateful. Tong Shi's face. Kong Long, by the way, my name is Tong Shi. What's your name? Tong Shi's. Lu Ming replied. Brother Lu, let's go. I'll bring you to see the Righteous Army. Tong Shi said. After that, her figure flashed and flew towards a certain direction. Lu Ming followed Tong Shi. The two of them did not fly in the air. Instead, they ran on the ground. However, their speed was still very fast. After running for a few hours, the two of them arrived at a rather remote canyon. As soon as the two of them arrived, a cold shout rang out. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them, blocking their path. When the middle-aged burly man saw that it was Tong Shi, he revealed a smile. Then, he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and narrowed it slightly. There was a hint of wariness in his eyes. He had no choice but to be on guard. This was planet Dark Underworld, the territory of the Yuan Luo Palace. The Righteous Army and the Yuan Luo Palace were sworn enemies. The remaining members of the Righteous Army were all here. Naturally, he would be on guard when he saw an unfamiliar man. Uncle Lu, his name is Lu Ming. He is also an enemy of Yuan Luo Palace. He has a way to help us save Uncle Wang and the others. Tong Shi said. He has a way to save them? The middle-aged man's eyes were full of suspicion. He could tell that Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial stage. Such a cultivation was not worth mentioning in his eyes. How could he have a way to save their companions? Don't be fooled by him. He might be from Yuan Luo Palace and is trying to win your trust. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. If that was the case, they would all be in danger. A cold, murderous intent was emitted from his body. He was ready to attack at any time. Uncle Lu, it can't be. He has the young master of Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long Tong Shi hurriedly said. He has the young master of Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long? The middle-aged man's aura immediately weakened. He was bewildered. If Lu Ming really had Kong Long in his hands, he was definitely not from the Yuan Luo Palace. Even if he wanted to capture them, he would not use Kong Long to take the risk. It was impossible. This was also the reason why Tong Shi felt at ease bringing Lu Ming here. That's right. Kong Long is in my book. Miss Shi has already seen it. Immediately, Lu Ming explained his plan to him. Good. Brother Lu Ming, I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man smiled embarrassedly. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Under such circumstances, it was normal for the other party to be cautious. I'll take you to see Deputy General Sun, the middle-aged man said. Then he led Lu Ming and Tong Shi into the depths of the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, Lu Ming saw a group of about 30 people. They were all experts who were above level 3 Empty God Realm. Among them, Tong Shi's cultivation was the weakest. Deputy General Sun, the middle-aged man and Tong Shi bowed to a gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder was Deputy General Sun. In the Jingtian army, the person with the highest position was the general, who was also the ancestor of techniques. Under the general, there were a few deputy generals. Below them were the various generals and deputy generals. This elder was a deputy general who was at level 9 Empty God Realm. When the people in the canyon saw Lu Ming, they were wary. However, when Tong Shi and the others said that Lu Ming had Kong Long, they were all overjoyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and Kong Long appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It's really Kong Long. I've seen him once. We're saved. When the Jingtian army saw Kong Long, they were all overjoyed. They were no longer wary of Lu Ming. When Kong Long saw so many Jingtian army members, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. He shrank back and did not dare to make a ruckus. Senior, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming handed Kong Long to Deputy General Sunday. Little brother Lu Ming, if we can escape this time, please state your conditions. Deputy General Sun laughed heartily. Junior's conditions are simple. I want to leave with all of you. Then, I need a place to settle my family and friends. Lu Ming said. That's simple. Our Jingtian army has occupied more than a dozen planets with life. We don't have much, but we have a lot of land. You can choose whatever you want. Deputy General Sun grinned and took Kong Long. Chapter 2580. All right, there's no time to lose. I'll go and rescue them. You do follow me. After Deputy General Sun took Kong Long, he looked at the two burly men. The two burly men were at level 8 Empty God Realm. Besides Deputy General Sun, they were the ones with the highest cultivation. Immediately, the three of them carried Kong Long and flew away. Lu Ming did not need to worry about what happened after that. He believed that Deputy General Sun would find a way to successfully exchange for the Starry Sky battleship and the members of the Jingtian army. Kong Long was the young master of Yuan Luo Palace. With him as a hostage, the people of Yuan Luo Palace would not dare to reject the exchange. Lu Ming and the others only needed to wait quietly. In less than a day, Deputy General Sun and the others returned with more than 20 people. Success. Lu Ming knew that Deputy General Sun and the others had succeeded. Let's go. Let's leave planet Dark Underworld. The people of Yuan Luo Palace will definitely hunt us down. Deputy General Sun said. With that, he waved his hand and a small boat appeared in the air. The shape of the boat was strange. It did not look like a boat. Instead, it looked similar to the flying shuttle that Lu Ming had seen in Yuanlu. The two ends of the boat were pointed and formed the shape of a shuttle. The body of the boat was pitch black and strange runes were engraved on its surface. Lu Ming knew that this must be the Starry Sky battleship. It was a battleship that could travel in the universe. Lu Ming's heart burned with excitement. This kind of battleship was shockingly expensive. This was because true gods could only stay in the universe for a short period of time and could not travel across the universe. Only true gods had the ability to travel across the universe from one planet to another. This showed how precious the Starry Sky battleship was. If one could have one, they would be able to travel freely in the universe. As soon as the Starry Sky battleship appeared in the air, it expanded rapidly. All of you come in. Deputy General Sun said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone rushed into the Starry Sky battleship. Deputy General Sun was the last to enter. When he entered the Starry Sky battleship, the Starry Sky battleship turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Swoosh. The Starry Sky battleship was like a beam of light shooting into space. Soon, it rushed out of the atmosphere and entered the starry sky. On the walls of the starship, there were transparent crystals. Through these crystals, one could see what was happening outside. Lu Ming looked outside through the crystal. He could see that the land behind him was beginning to shrink. Soon, a blue planet appeared below. This is the Dark Underworld planet? Lu Ming was shocked to see a planet appear in front of him for the first time. In the heaven realm, such a scene could not be seen. The huge Dark Underworld star was rotating slowly in the universe. In Lu Ming's field of vision, it was getting smaller and smaller. One day I will return to planet Dark Underworld. One day I will take back the heaven realm and primordial realm. Senior Song Mo, and the other seniors from the heaven realm, one day, I'll set you free. The Yuan Luo Palace treated us heaven realm people as medicinal herbs. One day, I'll flatten the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming swore in his heart, his gaze firm. The Dark Underworld planet became smaller and smaller in Lu Ming's eyes. Eventually, it became a small black dot and disappeared. Lu Ming looked at other places and sighed in his heart. Beautiful, too beautiful. The universe's starry sky was too beautiful. The stars were shining brightly, and they were sailing in the universe's starry sky. The Eldritch universe, this is the real world. It's vast and boundless. Looking at the starry sky, Lu Ming only felt that his heart was broadened. The heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm were too small. They were just small worlds. They could not be compared to the Eldritch universe. The Eldritch universe was too big. It was boundless. There were countless races and experts. Those legendary experts roamed the universe, repaying their debts of gratitude and vengeance as they pleased. They were immortal. Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. He could feel his blood boiling. One day, he would also become an expert in the universe. Although there was still an unreachable distance for him now, when Lu Ming first started cultivating, wasn't there also an unreachable distance between him and the top powerhouse in the heaven realm? But in the end, Lu Ming still managed to reach it. Lu Ming felt that the Eldritch universe would be more exciting than the heaven realm and primordial realm. Now, they were going to the headquarters of the righteous army, the righteous planet. The Dark Underworld planet was very far away from the righteous planet. One could imagine that the surface area of the Dark Underworld planet was 10,000 times larger than the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm combined. But the Dark Underworld planet was just a speck of dust in the universe. One could imagine how big the distance between different planets was. Even with the Starry Sky battleship's astonishing speed, it would still take several months to travel. In the Starry Sky battleship, Lu Ming sometimes cultivated and sometimes chatted with Tong Shi and Deputy General Sunday. He also learned a lot about the Eldritch universe. At the same time, when the righteous army found out that Lu Ming came from a small world and was from the same hometown as the righteous army's general, their attitude towards Lu Ming completely changed. It was as if they treated Lu Ming as one of their own. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. In front of them, a huge planet appeared. This planet was the righteous planet. The righteous planet was named after the righteous army occupied this place. Naturally, it wasn't called this before. What a huge planet! Looking from afar, Lu Ming felt that the righteous planet was shockingly huge. Its volume was at least several times larger than the dark underworld planet. It gave off a strong visual impact. The starry sky battleship slowed down and slowly approached the righteous planet. Slowly, Lu Ming could see mountain ranges, large rivers, and even huge cities on the righteous planet. Not long after, they entered the atmosphere of the righteous planet. At this time, Deputy General Sun put away the starry sky battleship and they appeared in the air. What a rich divine qi! Lu Ming took a deep breath. He felt that the divine qi here was incomparably rich. It was more than twice as rich as the dark underworld planet. This kind of cultivation environment was too good. Let's go! Deputy General Sun took the lead and flew towards a mountain peak. Lu Ming and the others followed. This mountain peak was incomparably wide. There were many palaces built on it. It was grand and magnificent. Between the mountain peaks, there were constantly experts flying back and forth. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. At a glance, he saw that most of the experts in the city were in the Void God realm. Those below the Void God realm were in the minority. However, Lu Ming also understood that this should be the headquarters of the righteous army. There were naturally many experts here. Other places definitely wouldn't have so many experts. Soon they arrived at a square. Take Lu Ming to the living room and wait. I'll go and report to the general. If he knows that a fellow villager has come, he'll definitely be very happy. Deputy General Sun said. Okay. Tong Shi nodded. Then she looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, come with me. Let's go to the living room. But Lu Ming nodded and followed Tong Shi. Chapter 2581. After arriving at the living room, Lu Ming and Tong Shi chatted casually as they waited. Not long after, a shadow flashed outside the living room and a figure suddenly appeared. It was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. He wore a black robe and looked handsome and elegant, giving people a gentle feeling. Greetings, General. Tong Shi quickly stood up and bowed when she saw the young man. This person was the general of the Jingtian army, the ancestor of the heaven realm back then, the legendary person who created the law cultivation system. Haha, no need to be so polite. I'm here to meet my fellow countrymen. The ancestor of techniques laughed and stepped in. Lu Ming greets the ancestor of techniques. Lu Ming also stood up and bowed. It was the first time he met this legendary person, so Lu Ming was also quite excited. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. The ancestor of techniques waved his hand and a gentle force lifted Lu Ming up. No one has called me that for many years. From now on, just call me General like the others. The ancestor of techniques smiled and sized up Lu Ming carefully. You have the aura of the heaven realm. You are indeed from the heaven realm. You even cultivated the law cultivation system and formed a small world, the ancestor of techniques whispered and looked at Lu Ming with an even more friendly gaze. Lu Ming, how did you come out of the heaven realm? What happened in the heaven realm? I once secretly snuck into the dark underworld planet, but the passage to the heaven realm has been sealed. Even I can't enter. The ancestor of techniques asked a few questions. It was obvious that he wasn't calm in his heart. Lu Ming knew that the ancestor of techniques must have cultivated and returned to the dark underworld planet. But the passage was sealed by the ancestral dragon and the Hell Protector Patriarch with the sky-suppressing rune. The ancestor of techniques was too powerful. If he forcefully broke the seal, the heaven realm, the Yuan realm, and the evil god realm would collapse together. Senior, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him what had happened in the heaven realm and the evil god realm. I see. After the ancestor of technique heard this, he nodded and sighed. Senior, I've brought out most of the divine beasts and humans from the primordial realm from the heaven realm. In a few months, our small world will merge with the primitive universe. We need a place to settle these creatures. Lu Ming said. That's easy. I'll choose a place for you immediately. The ancestor of techniques smiled. The upright heaven star was shockingly large. It was several times larger than the dark underworld star. It was easy to settle the living beings of the primordial realm in. Follow me. The ancestor of techniques did things swiftly and decisively. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and flew him outside. The ancestor of technique's speed was extremely shocking. The scenery around them constantly flashed by. Not long after, they flew far away and arrived at a grassland. This grassland stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. This grassland is vast, and its area is at least 10 times that of the heaven domain, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Your small worlds can just merge here. The ancestor of law said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was also very excited. There was finally a place to settle down. After rushing out of the heaven domain, he had finally won a chance of survival and successfully brought everyone out of danger. Senior, please wait for a moment. With that, Lu Ming's heart stirred and his figure appeared on a mountain peak in his small world. Here, Ancestral Gragon, Heavenly Thunder Emperor, Titan Longhorn Bull, and the others had been waiting for Lu Ming's news. At the same time, they were also prepared to fight to the death if there was any danger. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, Ancestral Gragon and the others looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how is the situation now? If there's no other way, we can fight to the death. Everyone spoke one after another. Everyone, we have already left the dark underworld star. Lu Ming said with a smile. What? Left the dark underworld star? Ancestral Gragon and the others were stunned, and then they were overjoyed. Left the dark underworld star? Could it be that they had escaped? We're safe now. Also, I'll bring you to see someone. After speaking, a force enveloped Ancestral Gragon and the others and moved them out of the small world. As soon as Ancestral Gragon and the others appeared outside, they looked around. In the next moment, their gazes were focused on the ancestor of techniques. This is, after seeing the ancestor of techniques, Ancestral Gragon, Heavenly Thunder Emperor, and the others were stunned. Master? Heavenly Thunder Emperor seemed to be dumbfounded. He muttered to himself and then trembled with excitement. Greetings, Master. After a long while, Heavenly Thunder Emperor bowed down. Ancestor of techniques? It's the ancestor of techniques. At the same time, some people exclaimed. Among these people, some had existed since the ancient times. Some were even older than the ancestor of techniques, so they naturally knew the ancestor of techniques. When they saw the ancestor of techniques, they were inexplicably shocked. The ancestor of techniques had left the heaven domain a long time ago. They did not expect to meet him here. Heavenly Thunder, long time no see. It's time for your cultivation to break through. The ancestor of techniques smiled. Ancestor of techniques? Ancestral Gragon muttered with a complicated gaze. When the ancestor of techniques was still in the heaven domain, he had already been ordered to guard the heaven domain. When the ancestor of techniques left the heaven domain, he naturally knew about it. Also, he knew that those people would be controlled by the Yuan Luo Palace when they left the heaven domain. However, he was helpless and could not stop them, nor could he warn them. Later, when the Hell Protector ancestor went to the heaven domain and took out the heaven-suppressing talisman, they worked together to seal the passage to the heaven domain. However, what surprised him was that the ancestor of techniques was not controlled by the Yuan Luo Palace. It's like this. The ancestor of techniques has created the righteous army to fight against the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming briefly explained the ancestor of techniques and how they came to the righteous star. General of the righteous army, Ancestral Gragon and the others muttered. At this moment, they deeply understood that the ancestor of technique's current realm was not something they could guess. It was probably shockingly high. Otherwise, how could he create the righteous army to fight against the Yuan Luo Palace? Some of the people here were of the same generation as the ancestor of techniques. Some of them were even older than the ancestor of techniques. However, at this moment, their eyes were filled with respect. That was the way of cultivation. Those who had reached the top were the seniors, regardless of age. Since the ancestor of techniques cultivation was far above them, they naturally could not treat the ancestor of techniques as their peers. The ancestor of techniques swept his gaze across the crowd and nodded slightly. His heart was also filled with complicated emotions. There were many familiar faces here. After so many years, seeing so many familiar faces made him feel rather emotional. "Alright, you guys can stay here for now. I will send someone to help you. If you need anything, you can ask me," said the ancestor of techniques. With that, he turned into a beam of light and left the place. Is this the Eldritch universe? What a rich divine chi. This cultivation environment is truly shocking. I feel like I'm about to break through. Ha, me too. After the ancestor of techniques left, everyone finally felt it. They were all shocked by the cultivation environment here. Chapter 2582. Moreover, some of these people had been stuck in the demigod realm for countless years. It was impossible for them to break through in the heaven realm. The heaven realm's conditions were not enough for them to break through to the martial god realm. At most, they could cultivate to the demigod realm. Their foundations, their comprehension had already reached their limits. Now that he had arrived at the primitive universe and arrived at the upright star, he had an urge to break through. Let's let them out first and settle them down. It won't be too late to break through after the small world and the primitive universe have merged. Yes. Immediately, Lu Ming and some people who had cultivated small worlds released the divine beasts and humans from their small worlds. People kept appearing on the plain. Not long after, a dense crowd of humans and divine beasts appeared. Their numbers were immeasurable. These were the people and divine beasts of the entire primordial realm. Naturally, their numbers were frightening. However, the plain was too big. It was more than 10 times the size of the evil god realm of the primordial realm. It could easily accommodate them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're safe now. This is just Heaven Planet, the Your Wilds universe. We can settle down here and build a city. Lu Ming's voice rang in everyone's ears. Is this the primitive universe? God, what kind of energy is this? It's much stronger than origin chi. My cultivation is about to break through. I just took a breath. In this environment, I feel that even if I don't cultivate, I can strengthen my body and break through my cultivation. Countless humans and divine beasts were shocked when they sensed the environment. The cultivation environment of the primitive universe was much better than that of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were right. Even if they didn't cultivate here, their cultivation could still increase. This was especially true for some low-level martial artists. For example, those below the martial emperor realm felt that with every breath, their cultivation was increasing. Their bodies were being tempered and constantly becoming stronger. Their feelings were not wrong. In the primitive universe, no matter what kind of creature it was, whether they cultivated or not, as long as they reached adulthood, their cultivation would reach the martial emperor realm. In other words, any farmer in the primitive universe would have the cultivation of a martial emperor. This was the divine realm. It couldn't be compared to the heaven realm at all. The environment here was too good. Any creature that stayed here for a long time would automatically evolve in all aspects and undergo a transformation. Many talented people could easily cultivate to martial sage or martial emperor. Of course, it was not easy to reach the martial god realm. It was a hurdle that stopped 99% of the living beings in the primitive universe. Everyone, let's familiarize ourselves with each other first before we begin. Lu Ming's voice sounded again. Everyone first familiarized themselves with the environment. After that, the ancestral Gragon and the others began to make arrangements. Everyone began to build a city on the plains. Not long after, a group of experts from the righteous army arrived. They were in charge of protecting the lives of the heaven realm. After all, there were some living creatures living in this grassland. Although there were no terrifying existences, any living creature had the cultivation of the martial emperor realm. To most of the humans and divine beasts in the heaven realm, they were very threatening. Following that, countless heaven realm living beings started to get busy. Many huge and majestic cities were erected on the grassland. At the same time, the righteous army had formation experts who helped them carve large formations. This way, as long as they stayed in the cities, they would be safe. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Countless living beings in the heaven realm settled down on the grassland. Hundreds of huge cities suddenly appeared on this boundless grassland. In the past few months, the cultivations of countless living beings in the heaven realm skyrocketed as they continuously made breakthroughs. This was especially true for those with low cultivations. The speed of their breakthroughs was even more shocking. For example, Lu Ming's parents, Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, had directly charged into the martial sage realm. Furthermore, they were improving every day. When the countless living beings in the heaven realm first came to a place like this, they were destined to have a period of explosive growth. Once their cultivations were high, their progress would be slower. When they reached the martial emperor realm, their progress would be much slower. However, there were still many martial emperors who made breakthroughs. The lower the cultivation, the easier it was to break through. On this day, rumbling sounds came from Lu Ming's body. The 1-year period is up. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had been in the primitive universe for a year. The small world in his body was about to merge with the primitive universe. Lu Ming's figure moved and turned into a beam of light, appearing on an empty plain. At this moment, countless people rushed out and arrived at the empty plain. Like Lu Ming, they cultivated the system of laws and refined their small worlds. At this moment, they were about to merge with the primitive universe. Buzz. Lu Ming's small world vibrated more and more violently. Then, it flew out on its own. After the small world flew out, it directly landed on the grassland and merged with the ground of the grassland. The area of the grassland rapidly expanded. Lu Ming felt a wave of weakness in his body. This was caused by the merging of the small world and the primitive universe. At this moment, the mountain river diagram flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and merged with the ground. As expected, even the paradise treasure can't be kept. Lu Ming sighed. The nature of the paradise treasure was the same as the small world. It was not allowed to exist in the primitive universe. In the primitive universe, except for some natural space secret realms, the small worlds cultivated by others that could allow living beings to survive were all not allowed to exist. The primitive universe was so domineering. It was the only one. However, spatial treasures such as storage rings were fine. This kind of spatial treasure only opened up a space to store things. Living beings could not survive in it, so it was fine. Fortunately, Lu Ming had put away all the treasures of the mountain and river diagram in the small world into the small world. In the heaven realm, all the living beings who cultivated small worlds had their small worlds merged with the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, an incomparably powerful energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming did not even need to refine it. This energy automatically transformed into the power of the world and the power of the ruler. The feeling of weakness quickly disappeared, and Lu Ming was full of energy again. This was the feedback from the primitive universe. The primitive universe was fair. If it took away his small world, the corresponding energy would be returned to him. Lu Ming felt the power of the world and the power of the ruler in his body surging. His total energy did not decrease. His cultivation was the same as before. There was no difference at all. It was just that the small world had disappeared and turned into the power of the world and the power of the ruler. This is good too. It will be more convenient for me to break through to the martial god realm in the future. Lu Ming smiled. In order to break through to the martial god realm, he had to merge everything into one. Even if the small world did not merge with the primitive universe, he would have to find a way to merge everything in the future. However, that would be more troublesome. In this way, it would be more convenient for Lu Ming to break through to the martial god realm in the future. Chapter 2583. Peace returned to the world. The small worlds in the bodies of all the people in the heaven realm and primordial realm who cultivated the nomological system fused with the grassland. The area of this grassland had also expanded a little. The distance between some of the big cities had also increased. Boom, boom. Right at this moment, Several auras soared into the sky, shocking to the extreme. That's breaking through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction of the explosion. Emperor Heavenly Thunder, Emperor Rebellious, there were a total of 5 people, and their auras were getting stronger and stronger, reaching the peak. This was the sign of breaking through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming had not expected the Heavenly Thunder Sovereign and the others to break through at this moment. However, on second thought, it was reasonable. Martial Monarch Heavenly Thunder, Martial Monarch Rebellious, and the others had long achieved the half-martial god realm. They had been accumulating their strength for a long time, thus they could have long achieved the martial god realm. However, in the heaven realm, the conditions were limited, so it was difficult to successfully break through. The bodies of Sovereign Heavenly Thunder and Sovereign Rebellious were like 5 vortexes, constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Between the heavens and the earth, the surging divine chi continued to gather towards them. A few days later, their auras skyrocketed. There was a layer of light on the surface of their bodies that looked like flames. It was a blazing divine flame. Level 1 Nihility God Realm, they had broken through. No heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered in surprise. He had long discovered this situation. This was because during this period of time, too many people and divine beasts in the heaven realm and primordial realm had broken through, but there was no heavenly tribulation. In the heaven realm and the primordial realm, breaking through to the martial emperor realm, martial saint realm, and martial emperor realm would be accompanied by a calamity. However, there was nothing here. In the heaven realm, there was a terrifying heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the half-martial god realm. Lu Ming initially thought there would be a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the martial god realm, but to his surprise, there was none. Perhaps this is the difference between the primordial realm and the primitive universe. Lu Ming pondered. In the heavenly world, the primordial world, and the fiend god world, the heavenly Tao was supreme. All heavenly tribulations were evolved from the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was only the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. It had nothing to do with the primordial universe. Perhaps there was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation in the primitive universe. Lu Ming let out a smile. This was good. His parents' cultivation had been increasing, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the martial emperor realm. Without the heavenly tribulation, Lu Ming felt more at ease. Congratulations, congratulations. Emperor Heavenly Thunder, Emperor Rebelled, and the others had successfully broken through to the martial god realm. Many people flew over to congratulate them. The Heavenly Thunder Sovereign and the others were also full of smiles, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. They had been trapped in the same realm for too long. In the past, it had been difficult for them to break through. Now that they had broken through, they suddenly felt like birds flying freely in the sky. Their minds were also broadened. Lu Ming also came forward to congratulate him. After a lively moment, Lu Ming returned to his residence. Lu Ming was currently living in a newly built city. He, Xianxia, Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, his disciples, and his parents all lived in this city. Lu Ming entered a room and sat down cross-legged. A crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was the size of a fist, and it was crystal clear. This crystal was called a divine crystal, and it was formed by pure divine qi. In the Netherworld Mountain, the divine stone that Lu Ming obtained was also condensed from divine aura. However, that kind of divine stone could be said to be a second-class divine crystal. The divine aura contained in it could not be compared to that of a divine crystal. Tens of thousands of divine stones were only equivalent to one divine crystal. After all, the Yellow Spring Mountain had been sealed in the primordial realm of the heaven realm. After a long time, the divine qi was no longer pure. The divine stones that were formed naturally could not be compared to divine crystals. Divine crystals were the hard currency of the divine world. They were divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. The divine crystal that Lu Ming had was a lower-grade divine crystal. One piece was equivalent to tens of thousands of divine stones. Divine crystals of the middle grade and above were naturally rarer and more precious. Lu Ming had killed 7 or 8 empty god realm experts who had invaded the heaven realm. On the dark underworld star, he had also killed a few experts from the Yuan Luo Palace. He had obtained some lower-grade divine crystals from their storage rings. In total, there were more than 5,000 pieces. If these 5,000 lower-grade divine crystals were exchanged for divine stones, it would be more than 100 million divine stones. If they were exchanged for supreme-grade primordial stones, it would be an astronomical figure. Primordial stones were only produced in the primordial realm of the heaven realm. There was a huge difference between them and divine crystals. Naturally, they could not be compared. Lu Ming tidied up the items in his hands and continued to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Soon, another year had passed. In this year, more people had broken through. The overall strength of the people from the heaven realm and primordial realm continued to increase. Moreover, many demigods had successfully broken through and entered the martial god realm. Almost all of the veteran demigods had entered the martial god realm. Even the Dandan Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the others were about to break through. Lu Ming, I am about to break through. On this day, Xianxia said to Lu Ming, about to break through? All right, I will protect you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Xianxia nodded. The two of them left the city and came to an open space. Xianxia. In front of them, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in midair. His body was emitting a bright sacred light. It was a coincidence to meet Xianxia here. You are about to break through too? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. That's right. Xianxia nodded. I didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so fast after absorbing the memories of your past life. It makes me a little jealous. Xianxia smiled. If I don't cultivate faster, I will be surpassed by you. Xianxia smiled faintly. Then he went to the other side and sat cross-legged in midair. His body was emitting a dark light. Xianxia did not say much. He closed his eyes and adjusted his condition. Boom, boom. 3 days later, almost at the same time, shocking auras exploded from the two of them. A black pillar of light and a white pillar of light soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds. At that instant, many people fixed their gazes in their direction. Such a shocking aura. It seems like someone has broken through to the martial god realm. In a city, the ancestral dragon's eyes glittered as he sprang into the sky. He soon appeared not far away from Lu Ming. Following it, the heavenly lightning martial monarch and the others appeared too and observed from afar. Meanwhile, the auras emitted by Xianxia and Xianxia grew stronger as if there was no end to it. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook vigorously. Their figures were like two black holes as the god Qi between the heavens and earth gathered toward them and entered their bodies. Their auras skyrocketed once again as a terrifying aura burst out from them. This aura, why is it so shocking? How terrifying, it's more than 10 times stronger than when we broke through. How is this possible? The ancestral dragon, the chaotic martial monarch, the heavenly lightning martial monarch, and the others blurted out. Chapter 2584. The auras that Xianxia and Xianxia exuded were too shocking. Even those who had stabilized their empty god realm were shocked. Moreover, this was not the end. Xianxia and Xianxia's auras continued to rise. As time passed, the two of them seemed to have turned into two suns. One was as black as ink, while the other was as pure as a saint. It was as if two suns, one black and one white, were hanging in the sky, shining down on the entire grassland. At that moment, the grassland and the few hundred cities could all see what was going on. The commotion was too terrifying. The commotion caused by Shao Qing and Xianxuan's breakthrough is far greater than that of the others. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that the auras that Xianxia and Xianxuan exuded were more than 10 times stronger than when the others had broken through. Moreover, it was still getting stronger. Swoosh! Not far away from Lu Ming, a light flashed and a figure appeared. It was the ancestor of techniques. It was obvious that even the ancestor of techniques was alarmed. Transformation, they are continuously transforming. Could it be that they are trying to control divine power? The ancestor of techniques muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. Huff huff. The attractive force on Xianxia and Xianxia grew stronger and stronger. Endless divine qi rolled towards the two of them. However, it was obvious that it could not keep up with the speed of their refinement. Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and many divine gems appeared. There was a total of 2,000 divine gems. 1,000 flew towards Xianxia. 1,000 flew towards Xianxia. Once the divine gems reached their bodies, they exploded one by one and turned into rich divine qi. The divine qi flew into their bodies and was absorbed by them. After a day, the 1,000 divine gems were completely absorbed. However, the two of them had no intention of stopping. There are 3,000 divine gems left. Let's use them all. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and decided to throw out the remaining 3,000 god crystals. However, at that moment, the ancestor of techniques, who was not far from Lu Ming, waved his hand. Pieces of god crystals flew out towards Xianxia and Xianxia. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Lu Ming knew that there were a total of 6,000 divine crystals, 3,000 for each person. Bang! Bang! The god crystals exploded one by one, transforming into divine energy that was absorbed by the two of them. However, even after several days had passed, the two of them did not stop cultivating. The ancestor of technique waved his hand again, and another 4,000 divine crystals flew out, 2,000 for each person. This time, it was finally enough. When the two of them finished absorbing the 2,000 divine crystals, their auras finally reached their peak and then slowly stabilized. He had broken through the martial god realm. Xianxia and Xianxia had both entered the martial god realm and were at level 1 empty god realm. Thank you, ancestor of techniques. Lu Ming flew towards the ancestor of techniques and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. This time, if the ancestor of techniques had not taken out 10,000 divine crystals, Lu Ming would not have had enough divine crystals. It's just a few divine crystals. You don't have to thank me. These two ladies are not simple. The ancestor of techniques said with a smile. Then, he turned into a beam of light and left the place. They are not simple. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. When Xianxia and Xianxia were below the martial god realm, their performance was already shocking. However, when they had broken through to the martial god realm, it was even more shocking. It was as if they had undergone some transformation. Xianxia's past life, or Xianxia's past life, must have had an extraordinary background. Lu Ming had wanted to ask Xianxia about it a few times. However, Xianxia seemed to be hesitant and was unwilling to talk about it. Lu Ming wanted to ask Xianxia about it, but Xianxia was unwilling to talk about it. Lu Ming had no choice but to give up. Congratulations, congratulations. At that moment, Xianxia and Xianxia's auras had stabilized. Ancestral Gragon and the others immediately went up to congratulate them. Entering the martial god realm was equivalent to entering another level of life and becoming a deity. It was the second step of cultivation. It was no small matter. Xianxia was cold. He nodded his head casually and stepped into the sky to leave the place. Thank you, seniors. Xianxia nodded his head with a smile and flew towards Lu Ming. Not long after, Ancestral Gragon and the others left too. Xiaoqing, how do you feel? Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and asked. I'm fine. Do you want to have a duel with me? Xianxia blinked his eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. What is it? Are you trying to trample me under your feet? Lu Ming teased. When he had first met Xianxia, Xianxia had been thinking about trampling him under his feet every day. What? No way. Xianxia glared at him. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled and planted a kiss on Xianxia's lips. His figure drifted backward and stood opposite Xianxia. You dare to take advantage of me? I'm going to take advantage of you. Xianxia's eyes flickered. With a flicker, he charged at Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming was shocked. He stomped his foot heavily and retreated rapidly. Then his body emitted a dazzling purple-golden light. Lu Ming circulated his Tao of Sovereign to 80% and sent out a palm strike. The powerful palm strike surged toward Xianxia like a tidal wave. Xianxia also sent out a palm strike. His palm was wrapped in a layer of black light. Bang! Their palms collided. Lu Ming's expression changed instantly. He felt a terrifying force surging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his arm. He was knocked back 100 miles. What a powerful force! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. He had already used 80% of his strength, but he couldn't block Xianxia's attack. He retreated, but Xianxia didn't move at all. He didn't even sway. You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you're no match for me. Xianxia smiled. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He unleashed his Tao of Sovereign to the extreme. At the same time, he began to activate the battle formula. Lu Ming had not stopped comprehending the battle formula since he came here. His comprehension of the battle formula was getting deeper and deeper. The success rate of activating the battle formula to double one's combat strength was also increasing. In a few moments, Lu Ming succeeded in activating the battle formula, and his combat strength skyrocketed. Xianxia rushed toward Lu Ming like a black stream of light and sent out another palm strike. Lu Ming also sent out a palm strike. Boom! The two exchanged blows for the second time. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the sky. Then a figure was knocked back. It was still Lu Ming. This power, Lu Ming was shocked. He had unleashed his full strength and activated the battle formula to double one's combat strength. Such combat strength was enough to kill an ordinary level 2 empty god. However, he was still defeated by Xianxia. Let's continue. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He dashed toward Xianxia without any scruples and unleashed his full strength. He and Xianxia exchanged blows and engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 2585. However, after exchanging a dozen blows with Xianxia, Lu Ming was depressed to find that he was no match for Xianxia and was completely crushed. Xianxia's divine power was strong, condensed, and indestructible. Its power was shocking and unfathomable. I'm done. After exchanging a dozen blows, Lu Ming retreated and gave up. You're done? Then I'm going to take back what you've taken advantage of me. In a flash, Xianxia appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. Lu Ming took the opportunity to grab Xianxia's slender waist and pulled Xianxia into his arms. His hands were already climbing up Xianxia's breasts and fondling them wantonly. After a while, the two of them separated. You're really lucky, Xianxia said with a slightly red face. We're already an old married couple. Don't be shy. Lu Ming laughed. Then, hand in hand, they strolled on the grassland. Shao Qing, is the divine power you're cultivating a divine-grade divine power? Lu Ming asked. After being here for a few months, Lu Ming had looked for Tong Shi to borrow some books to read. They were all general knowledge of the primitive universe. Lu Ming had learned a lot about the primitive universe, including cultivation. The divine power cultivated by the martial god realm was divided into different grades. The divine power cultivated by ordinary people was just ordinary divine power. Some geniuses cultivated divine power that was more powerful and condensed than ordinary divine power. It had different mysteries. This kind of divine power was called king-grade divine power. Above king-grade divine power, there was an even higher grade of divine power called divine-grade divine power. Those who could control divine power were all peerless geniuses that were 1 in a billion. Every one of them had amazing combat power, and it was easy for them to challenge those of a higher level. Lu Ming suspected that the godly power Xianxia cultivated was saint godly power. Of course, above the saint grade divine 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 Great divine, 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 divine, great divine powers were even rarer. Every type of divine, great divine power had endless uses. Every person who could control a divine, great divine power was a genius among geniuses, unparalleled and unparalleled in this world. For example, when Lu Ming broke through to the martial god realm, the path of ruler would transform into ruler god energy, which was a kind of divine grade god energy. The martial art I practice and my physique are quite unique. Below the martial god realm, I'm still in the process of establishing my foundation. Once I break through to the martial god realm, I'll undergo a transformation and grow stronger rapidly. I'm currently at the sacred god force, but I'll still grow stronger in the future. I might even surpass your ruler god force by then. Xianxia explained with a smile. All right then, I'll rely on you to protect me from now on. Lu Ming said with a smile. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked. After a while, they returned to their residence. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. It's about time for me to break through, Lu Ming muttered. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of a 2-star heavenly emperor and he could break through to a 3-star heavenly emperor now. Lu Ming took out the remaining divine crystals on him and began to cultivate. The power of the world and ruler god energy in his body circulated rapidly as Lu Ming began to break through to the next level. Bam! Bam! Pieces of divine crystals exploded and turned into divine qi that was absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the divine qi in the heavens and earth surged toward Lu Ming. Rumble! The power of the world and power of the world in Lu Ming's body became stronger and stronger. However, the ratio of the power of the world was slowly increasing. Breaking through with divine crystals was much faster than in the heaven realm. In just a few days, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His cultivation had broken through to become a 3-star heavenly emperor. His strength had also increased by a level. With my current combat strength, if I activate the battle word tactic to double my combat strength, I should be able to fight with a 3-level void god realm. Lu Ming estimated his own combat strength. When he was a 2-star heavenly emperor, before activating the battle word tactic to double his combat strength was still a little lacking compared to a 3-level void god realm. Slightly inferior, because the gap between each level of the void god realm was greater than the heavenly emperor realm. Now that he had broken through to a 3-star heavenly emperor, without activating the battle word tactic to double his combat strength, he was confident that he could fight with a 3-level void god realm existence and even defeat the other party. After activating the battle word tactic to double his combat strength, he was confident that he could fight with a 3-level void god realm existence. Of course, the opponents he was referring to were those who had mastered ordinary divine powers. It was naturally difficult for those who had mastered royal divine powers and above to do so. However, there aren't many divine crystals left. Lu Ming sighed. He originally had 5,000 divine crystals. Previously, he had used 2,000 for Xianxia and Xianxia, leaving him with 3,000. When he had broken through to a 3-star heavenly emperor, he had used more than 2,000 divine crystals. He was only left with a few hundred divine crystals. He suddenly felt very poor and was under great pressure. Now, he had a big family to feed. His son, granddaughter, parents, and disciples all needed resources for their cultivation. Now, their cultivation was not particularly high. The remaining supreme-grade origin stones and divine stones on him were enough for their use. Moreover, the cultivation environment here was very good and he did not need divine crystals for the time being. However, as his cultivation increased, he would definitely need divine crystals in the future. How could Lu Ming not prepare some divine crystals on him? Moreover, he needed a large amount of divine crystals for his own cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have any resources for his next breakthrough. How can I earn some divine crystals? Lu Ming could not help but think about this problem. Previously, when Xianxia and the others had broken through, the ancestor of technique had already taken out 10,000 divine crystals. Now, he naturally could not be thick-skinned enough to ask the ancestor of technique for divine crystals. The ancestor of technique was already good enough for them. Let's go out and see if there are any missions in the righteous army that can earn divine crystals. Thinking of this, Lu Ming walked out of the room and flew in the direction of the righteous army. Lu Ming had just arrived at the righteous army when he heard someone call out to him. Miss Shear. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, why are you free to come to the righteous army today? Tong Shear smiled. I wanted to see if there are any missions in the righteous army that can earn me some divine crystals. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Earn divine crystals? Why don't you go to 10,000 Gold Star and hunt down desolate beasts there and obtain their cores? You can sell them for a lot of divine crystals. Tong Shear said. How should we go to 10,000 Gold Star? Lu Ming asked. I happen to want to go to 10,000 Gold Star to hunt desolate beasts. Let's go together. However, the two of us are a little short. I originally wanted to go to the Righteous Army's mission hall to find a few more people. Tong Shear said. I'll go find 2 people. Lu Ming said. He thought of Xianxia and Xianxia. All right, I'll go rent a space battleship. We'll meet here tomorrow. Tong Shear said. Chapter 2586. Rent an interstellar battleship? Lu Ming was taken aback. That's right. Wanjingxing isn't a planet occupied by the Righteous Army. This planet is very special. It's completely made of various metals. The desolate beasts on it are also made of metal. Furthermore, this planet isn't occupied by any faction. Many factions can go there to hunt desolate beasts. Therefore, our righteous army doesn't have a teleportation array that leads directly to Wanjingxing. We can only teleport to a location closest to Wanjingxing and then fly there on an interstellar battleship. Tong Shear explained. Then the cost of renting an interstellar battleship isn't low, right? Lu Ming said. Renting it once costs 1,000 deity crystals. Tong Shear said. 1,000 deity crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. This price was really shockingly expensive. There's no other way. Interstellar battleships are too precious. Our righteous army only has a dozen or so interstellar battleships. Moreover, they are all of the lowest grade. They can't fly too far. Flying in space for a year is the limit. Any further and we won't be able to. Moreover, every time an interstellar battleship travels across space, it needs to be maintained. Therefore, the price charged is naturally expensive. It is said that some of the major forces have even higher grade starships, and the rental fee is even higher. However, those starships are not only faster, but they can also fly a longer distance in the starry sky for a longer period of time. Tong Shear explained. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It seemed like he still didn't know enough about the primitive universe. Miss Shear, can you pay for the rental of the interstellar battleship first? When I earn more deity crystals, I'll pay you back. Lu Ming said with a red face. He was really poor and couldn't take out so many deity crystals. It's fine. Tong Shear smiled faintly and bid farewell to Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to his residence and found Xianxia. He told Xianxia about this matter and Xianxia agreed. Then, the two of them went to find Xianxia. All right, I'll go with you. Xianxia readily agreed. In fact, Xianxia was also in dire need of divine crystals for cultivation. Hunting desolate beasts to earn divine crystals was exactly what she wanted. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia arrived at the place where they had agreed to meet Tong Shear yesterday. Tong Shear was already waiting there. What beautiful women! Tong Shear looked at Xianxia and Xianxia with amazement in her eyes. Let's go. Tong Shear took the lead. Soon, they arrived at the Righteous Sky Army's interstellar teleportation formation. The teleportation array in the primitive universe looked similar to the teleportation array in the primordial realm in the heaven realm. After they stepped into the teleportation array, they felt dizzy and disappeared from the teleportation array. The distance to Wan Jingxing wasn't close. Along the way, they would need to switch to another transmission array to reach the nearest planet to Wan Jingxing, planet Tianguang. After 3 transfers, they arrived at planet Tianguang. Planet Tianguang was the planet closest to Wan Jingxing among the planets occupied by the Righteous Sky Army. After arriving at planet Tianguang, Tong Shi took out her interstellar battleship. After the 4 of them entered the interstellar battleship tore through the sky and flew towards Wan Jingxing. The interstellar battleship would take a month to reach Wan Jingxing. The 4 of them cultivated as they waited. A month later, a huge planet appeared in front of them. In terms of size, this planet was far smaller than the Righteous Sky Star or the Dark Underworld Star. However, it was very special. From afar, it looked like a huge gemstone floating in the cosmos, shining brightly. According to Tong Shi's introduction, most of the materials on Wan Jingxing were all kinds of strange metals. Even the living beings on it weren't made of flesh and blood, but of metal. The desolate beasts on it were the same. And the beast cores condensed in the bodies of these desolate beasts were a precious material for refining artifacts. The higher the level and the higher the cultivation of the desolate beast, the more precious and expensive the beast core condensed. This attracted many experts from various factions to hunt desolate beasts and obtain their beast cores. Rumble. The interstellar battleship entered Wan Jingxing's atmosphere. The friction with the atmosphere produced a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, the 4 of them exited the interstellar battleship and stood high in the sky. The interstellar battleship quickly shrank and was put away by Tong Shi. Let's go down. This wasn't Tong Shi's first time here. She took the lead and flew down. Below them was a boundless forest. It's indeed all metal. As they approached the forest, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The trees and all kinds of vegetation here were actually made of all kinds of strange metals. Lu Ming saw iron trees, silver flowers, and golden fruits. Of course, these ordinary metals were of no use to them, so they ignored them. The vast 1,000 realms really have all kinds of strange things. Lu Ming sighed. The vast 1,000 realms in the primitive universe were indeed more wonderful than the small 1,000 realms. The entire planet was made of all kinds of metals. The plants and living beings on it were all made of metal. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Legend had it that in the vast cosmos, there were even more wonderful planets. Some were even beyond imagination. As they approached the forest, Tong Shi slowed down. We have to be careful in Wan Jingxing. Not only are the desolate beasts dangerous, but the experts from other factions are even more dangerous. Tong Shi said. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that many factions would come here to hunt desolate beasts. There were probably many experts on Wan Jingxing. It was very normal for the experts from different factions to hunt people from other factions and snatch their beast cores. The 4 of them landed in the forest. They concealed their auras and ran forward slowly. Suddenly, there was a roar in front of them. Then, there was a flash of silver light. They saw a huge figure rushing towards them. Retreat! The 4 of them retreated quickly. Boom! The earth rumbled. The metal on the ground exploded and splattered everywhere. A huge creature appeared where Lu Ming and the others were standing. It was a huge ape. It was more than 30 meters tall and its body was silver white as if it was made of silver. Even the hair on its skin looked like silver needles. The huge silver ape roared angrily. Its silver eyes emitted a cold luster. It charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Its fist, which was the size of a small house, blasted towards Lu Ming and the others with a terrifying whistling sound. Let me deal with it. Lu Ming rushed over. He circulated his power of sovereign and punched out. There was a dull roar. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. He couldn't help but retreat. However, the huge ape also retreated a few steps. The ground under its feet kept exploding. What a terrifying force. What a hard fist. There was a gleam in Lu Ming's eyes. Chapter 2587. The giant ape was shockingly powerful. Its entire body was made up of metal and was extremely sturdy. Regardless of its defense or strength, it was extremely terrifying, surpassing other living beings of the same level. The giant ape was at level 2 empty god realm, but it was stronger than the other level 2 empty gods that Lu Ming had encountered before. The giant ape retreated and let out a furious roar. It then charged towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming took out his sacred weapon combat sword and charged towards the giant ape. Ding, ding. Lu Ming's combat sword clashed with the giant silver ape continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Sparks flew everywhere as the two of them clashed. The giant silver ape was ultimately no match for Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming did not activate the battle formula to double his fighting strength, he could still suppress the giant silver ape with the battle formula, his cultivation as a 3-star heavenly emperor, physical strength, etc. The giant silver ape retreated continuously. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Tong Shi did not attack. They formed a circle and stood at the side, guarding their surroundings. They were afraid that other experts or wild beasts would sneak up on them. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Ming and the giant silver ape exchanged more than 10 blows. Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and beheaded the giant silver ape. Phew, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The giant silver ape was really hard to kill. Luckily, the giant silver ape does not have much intelligence. Otherwise, it would be even harder to deal with. Lu Ming sighed. It is said that in the chaotic universe, there are metal life forms with intelligence. They are an extremely powerful race. Among the countless races in the chaotic universe, they are ranked at the top. Tong Shi said, "There really are metal life forms with intelligence." Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Afterward, Lu Ming broke open the giant silver ape's chest and took out a round piece of metal from inside. This was the giant silver ape's beast core. A level 2 empty god realm metal beast core could be exchanged for 10 divine gems. An ordinary level 1 empty god realm metal beast core was worth 5 divine gems. A level 2 empty god realm metal beast core was worth 10 divine gems, and a level 3 empty god realm metal beast core was worth 20 divine gems. As the level of the beast core increased, its value also increased. As long as he could kill 100 level 2 empty god realm wild beasts, he would be able to recoup the rent of the space battleship. The rest would be earned. Let's gather the beast cores together first and then divide them equally. Lu Ming suggested. All right. Tong Shi nodded. Then, the group continued forward. Not long after they left, 2 figures flashed, and 2 middle-aged men appeared in the air. It's Tong Shi, the genius of the righteous army. Tong Shi is... Haha, I didn't expect Tong Shi to dare to come here, and there are 2 other girls as well. Be real. Let's go back and report to His Excellency and ask him to send experts to capture these people. When the time comes, we'll play with them a little before killing them. Go! In a flash, the 2 middle-aged men disappeared from the place. Lu Ming and the group continued forward. After a while, they encountered a level 1 empty god realm wild beast, which was easily killed by Tong Shi. Lu Ming could see that Tong Shi's cultivation had reached the peak of level 1 empty god realm, and she was not far from level 2 empty god realm. Moreover, her combat strength was shocking, far surpassing experts of the same level. Back then, when Lu Ming was a level 2 heavenly emperor, he had activated the battle word incantation to double his combat strength. However, he was only able to fight Tong Shi to a draw. Now, Lu Ming knew that Tong Shi possessed king-grade divine power and was a genius. As they went deeper into the forest, they encountered more and more wild beasts. However, most of them were level 1 and level 2 empty god realm beasts. As long as there were not many of them, they were easily killed. Not long after, they had killed 15 level 1 empty god realm wild beasts and 5 level 2 empty god realm wild beasts. Suddenly, the ground shook. A few huge wolves that were as black as ink dashed out from a canyon in front of them. These huge wolves were as though they were made of black iron. They were 10 meters tall and 20 meters long and exuded a terrifying aura. Oh no, there are 2 level 3 empty god realm beasts. Tong Shi's face changed drastically. There were a total of 4 huge wolves. 2 of them were level 3 empty god realm beasts and the other 2 were level 2 empty god realm beasts. Let's retreat and charge out. Tong Shi shouted. If there was only one level 3 empty god realm beast, they could still fight if they joined forces. However, they were in danger if there were 2 level 3 empty god realm beasts and 2 level 2 empty god realm beasts. No need, we can fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had not given his all. Moreover, he knew Xianxia's combat strength very well. It was easy for him to deal with a level 3 empty god realm beast. Moreover, Xianxia's strength was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's. Lu Ming, have you broken through? Tong Shi was stunned. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Alright, let's fight. Tong Shi gritted her teeth and said. Before Lu Ming had broken through, his combat strength was not weaker than hers. Now that he had broken through, it should not be a problem for him to deal with a level 3 empty god realm huge wolf. She might be able to fight if she tried her best to hold back a huge wolf. However, just as she finished speaking, Xianxia charged out towards a level 3 empty god realm huge wolf. Oh no! Tong Shi's face changed. She felt that Xianxia was too impulsive. Xianxia's cultivation was only at level 1 empty god realm. No matter how powerful he was at most on par with her. It was too dangerous for him to charge out like that. However, before she could stop him, Xianxia had already attacked. Her body emitted a holy light. She clenched her fist and a holy light sword was formed. She then slashed down. A level 3 empty god realm huge wolf roared and charged towards Xianxia. Its huge claws slapped down and a terrifying hurricane was formed. However, when the sword radiance in Xianxia's hand collided with the huge wolf's claws, the result was unexpected. Bam! The huge wolf howled and retreated. There was a deep sword mark on its metal claws and it had almost cut off its claws. So powerful? Tong Shi was dumbfounded. Swoosh! Xianxia gained the upper hand with this one move. Her figure fluttered, and she once again attacked the giant wolf. Her sword flashed, and in the blink of an eye, she slashed out 12 times. Each strike was faster and stronger than the last, forcing the giant wolf to retreat again and again. On its metallic body, there were many deep sword marks. The other 3 huge wolves roared and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia moved and charged towards another level 3 empty god realm huge wolf. He struck out his palm and forced the huge wolf to retreat. Lu Ming shouted softly. In a flash, he charged toward the 2 giant wolves at the 2nd level of the void god realm. Tong Shi woke up from her daze and charged out as well. Xianxia and Xianxia's combat strength completely suppressed the level 3 empty god realm huge wolves. Within a few moves, the 2 huge wolves were killed. Chapter 2588. After Xianxia and Xianxia had killed the 2 level 3 empty god realm huge metal wolves, their bodies swayed and their long swords swept across the sky. The 2 level 2 empty god realm huge wolves that were fighting with Lu Ming and Xianxia were also split into 2. Their combat strength is so strong? Tong Shi looked at Xianxia and Xianxia in shock. Xianxia and Xianxia were only level 1 empty god realm cultivators, which was the same as her. She had thought that even if the 2 of them were strong, they could not be that strong. However, she realized that she was wrong. She estimated that Xianxia and Xianxia's combat strength was enough to fight with a level 4 empty god realm cultivator. They were only level 1 empty god realm cultivators, but they could fight with a level 4 empty god realm cultivator. Divine power. They must have mastered divine power. Tong Shi exclaimed. At the same time, she sighed. Lu Ming was already strong enough. She had not expected the people around him to be so strong as well. Lu Ming smiled. With Xianxia and Xianxia helping him, he was happy and relaxed. After that, they took out the beast cores of the 4 huge wolves. The beast cores of the 4 huge wolves were worth 60 divine gems. They were not cheap. After taking out the beast cores, they continued to move forward. There were no strong wild beasts in the forest. After walking for a while, They did not meet any level 4 Empty God Realm cultivators. The strongest one was level 3 Empty God Realm cultivators. With Xianxia and Xianxia around, he and Tong Shi had an easy time. Xiao Qing and Xianxia's combat skills are really amazing. Along the way, even Lu Ming was impressed. Lu Ming himself could be considered a natural combat genius. His combat awareness was very strong. However, compared to Xianxia and Xianxia, he was still inferior. Their battle techniques were exquisite to the extreme, and they could often use the least amount of strength to defeat their enemies. Even if his godly power was about the same as theirs, he might not be a match for them. Lu Ming guessed that this might have something to do with their experiences in their previous lives. As time passed, their harvest grew bigger and bigger. Soon, they would be able to earn back the 1,000 divine crystals they had spent on renting the Starry Sky battleship. Just as Lu Ming and company were hunting desolate beasts, there was a mountain peak a distance away from them. On one of the mountain peaks, there were a few people gathered. These people all retracted their auras and were very careful. The two burly men who had discovered Lu Ming's trail appeared on the mountain peak and reported to a bald man. "What? The righteous army's Tong Shi has come to Wan Jingxing?" The bald man's eyes were filled with a cold light. "That's right, and there are only 4 of them." One of them answered. "4? What are their cultivations?" The bald man asked. Tong Shi-er's cultivation is still at level 1 Empty God Realm, and there are 2 other women who are also at level 1 Empty God Realm. The other man has the ability to kill a level 2 Empty God Realm martial artist. One of them bowed and reported. "They are all at level 1 Empty God Realm. Good. This time, we will capture Tong Shi-er and let the young master play with her. Capture the other 2 women for us to enjoy. As for the man, we will kill him." The righteous army dares to go against the Yuan Luo Palace. They will die sooner or later. The bald man sneered. These people were from the Yuan Luo Palace. "The 3 of you are all at level 3 Empty God Realm. It is more than enough to deal with Tong Shi-er and the others. Go and bring them here." The bald man ordered 3 of the burly men in black armor. The 3 burly men in black armor cupped their fists. "Wait." Suddenly, the bald man shouted and said, "In order to be absolutely safe, Old Man Xiao, go with them." "All right, that will do." An old man with a face full of wrinkles chuckled. Although he felt that 3 level 3 Empty God Realm martial artists were more than enough to deal with a few juniors, he was at level 4 Empty God Realm. However, the bald man was at level 5 Empty God Realm and had the strongest cultivation among them. Thus, he could not reject him directly. Old Man Xiao and the 3 burly men in black armor left in a flash. The bald man looked at the bottom of a cliff in front of him. There was a cave under the cliff. Golden rays of light shot out from the cave from time to time. There was a bird's nest near the cave. A giant metal eagle was lying in the nest. The bald man looked at the cave with a burning gaze. However, when he saw the giant eagle, his expression turned serious. Treasure, I must get it." The greed in the bald man's eyes became even more intense. They were from Yuan Luo Hall. Not long ago, they had come to Wan Jingxing together to hunt wild beasts and obtain beast cores. However, 2 days ago, a few people from Yuan Luo Hall had accidentally entered the cave and found a treasure. It was a spiritual metal ball. Just as the people from Yuan Luo Hall were about to take the metal ball, the giant metal eagle appeared and killed the people from Yuan Luo Hall. Only one of them had luckily escaped and reported the news to him. His heart immediately burned with passion. A metal ball with spirituality was definitely a rare treasure. He immediately brought people here. However, when he saw the giant metal eagle, he stopped. Although he was a level 5 Empty God Realm martial artist, the giant metal eagle was a level 7 Empty God Realm martial artist. If they were to charge forward, they would definitely die. Therefore, he led his men to guard the cave. He wanted to wait for the giant metal eagle to leave before he entered the cave and took the spiritual metal ball. Later, he heard news about Tong Shi, Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others naturally knew nothing about this. They went deep into the forest and hunted wild beasts. Their harvest was getting bigger and bigger. Smiles appeared on their faces. Based on this progress, They only needed to hunt wild beasts in one jinxing for a period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for each of them to earn about 10,000 divine gems. Who is it? Just as they were traveling through the forest in search of desolate beasts to kill, Xianyanjuan's gaze suddenly looked in a certain direction. Then, Lu Ming and Xianyanqing's gazes shifted and they looked in that direction. Little girl, your spiritual sense is quite sharp. A cold laugh was heard. Then, a figure flashed in that direction, and 4 figures appeared. These 4 people were Old Man Xiao from Yuan Luo Hall and the 3 brawny men in black armor. You are from Yuan Luo Hall. Tong Shi-er's expression suddenly changed. That's right. Old Man Xiao laughed coldly. His narrow eyes swept across Tong Shi, Xianyanqing, and Xianyanjuan. Especially when he looked at Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan, his eyes were burning with passion. Tong Shi, young Master Kong Long misses you very much. Take you down and give you to young Master. Young Master will definitely reward you handsomely. Old Man Xiao licked his lips as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Level 4 Empty God Realm. Tong Shi's face turned pale. Chapter 2589. Old Man Xiao exuded a powerful rank 4 Empty God Realm aura. At the same time, the 3 burly men in black armor also exuded rank 3 Empty God Realm aura. The terrifying aura was like a violent hurricane that pressed down on Lu Ming and the rest. Leave this old man to me. At this moment, Xianyanjuan spoke. A look of disgust flashed across her eyes. Just now, when Old Man Xiao had looked at her with that gaze, she had already made up her mind to kill him. Sush. Xianyanjuan waved her hand and broke through Old Man Xiao's aura suppression. She then stepped towards Old Man Xiao. Old Man Xiao's eyes narrowed. It was not easy for someone to break through his aura. Little girl, since you are in such a hurry, I will fulfill your wish. Old Man Xiao laughed. A shriveled hand appeared and grabbed at Xianyanjuan. A pitch-black hand appeared and grabbed at Xianyanjuan. Sush. Xianyanjuan's hand was filled with sacred light and it turned into a sacred light sword. With a slash, the sacred light sword sliced Old Man Xiao's hand into 2. Following which, the sacred light sword vibrated and turned into sword shadows that enveloped Old Man Xiao. Old Man Xiao was shocked. Xianyanjuan's strength was far beyond his imagination. It did not seem like the combat strength of a rank 1 Empty God Realm martial artist. Boom. The divine force in Old Man Xiao's body exploded. A dragon head walking stick appeared in his hand. Like a violent storm, he attacked Xianyanjuan. However, Xianyanjuan's sacred light sword vibrated and sword shadows appeared. In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows appeared and slashed at Old Man Xiao from all directions. Every sword shadow seemed to hit Old Man Xiao's weak points. Old Man Xiao's attack was extinguished before it could even reach half of its target. He could only retreat and defend himself. Xianyanjuan followed up. Sword radiance surged and enveloped Old Man Xiao. Damn it, Old Man Xiao roared. He was so aggrieved that he almost vomited blood. His divine power was definitely not weaker than Xianyanjuan's. However, he was completely suppressed by Xianyanjuan during the battle. Xianyanjuan's sword light completely controlled the situation and the rhythm of the battle. He couldn't display his strength at all. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This level of control. Tong Shi was even more astonished. Xianyanjuan's control was too strong. He had complete control of the battle. The strength of her divine power was about the same as Old Man Xiao's, but the battle was one-sided. This was the skill and experience of battle. Only with great strength could one achieve this. Xianyanjuan's age seemed to be about the same as hers, but he was able to control the rhythm of the battle so powerfully. She couldn't help but be amazed. All of you attack together. Kill her, kill her. Old Man Xiao roared and ordered the 3 black-armored burly men to attack. A long spear appeared in each of the 3 black-armored burly men's hands. They circulated their divine power and were about to attack Xianyanjuan. Your opponent is me, Xianyanqing said coldly. His figure flashed and he also charged out. The sword radiance in his hands slashed out violently, enveloping the 3 black-armored burly men. Clang. Clang, clang. After 3 consecutive collisions, the 3 black-armored burly men retreated. Little Qing, leave one for me. Lu Ming also charged out and continuously used the battle character art. Boom. The battle character art's double combat strength was activated. Lu Ming's combat strength soared. He took out his divine artifact battle sword and slashed at one of the black-armored burly men. Lu Ming hadn't fought with his full strength since his cultivation had broken through. This was a good time to practice with this black-armored burly man. Xianxia withdrew his sword radiance and left one of the black-armored burly men to Lu Ming. Clang. Lu Ming's battle sword slashed at the black-armored burly man. There was a loud explosion and both of them shook. Rank 3 Empty God Realm is indeed powerful. Again. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged forward again, launching a barrage of attacks. Clang, clang. Lu Ming and the black-armored burly man exchanged blows fiercely. On the other hand, Xianxia was dealing with the 2 black-armored burly men. It was a one-sided fight. Xianxia's combat strength was not much weaker than Xianxuan's. It was naturally easy for him to deal with the 2 rank 3 empty gods. Tong Shi stood at the side in a daze. She realized that she couldn't interfere in such a fight and there was no need for her to do so. After dozens of blows, the 2 black-armored burly men were killed and blood splattered everywhere. How can this be? How can this be? Old Man Xiao was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The cultivation realms of Lu Ming's group were similar to the information that he had received previously. However, their combat strength had nothing to do with their cultivation realms. It was too terrifying. A rank 1 empty god was actually able to suppress him. Divine power, peerless supreme talent, retreat, retreat. Old Man Xiao was afraid and wanted to escape. However, he realized that he couldn't escape from Xianxuan's sword radiance. Old Man Xiao panicked and was even more defeated. Not long after, Xianxuan's sword slashed across his body, leaving a deep wound that almost cut him into 2. Xianxuan's terrifying divine power ran amok in Old Man Xiao's body, causing him to vomit blood and his strength to weaken. In this way, Old Man Xiao was no match for Xianxuan. Within 2 blows, Old Man Xiao's eyes were destroyed by Xianxuan's sword radiance. Old Man Xiao screamed and attacked wildly. "Old man, I'll send you on your way," Xianxuan said coldly. The sword radiance slashed again and in the next instant, Old Man Xiao's head flew out. A level 4 empty god realm existence was killed. Old Man Xiao's eyes were wide open and he died with remaining grievances. He had never imagined that he, a rank 4 empty god, would die in the hands of a rank 1 empty god. The brawny man who was fighting with Lu Ming was almost scared to death when he saw that the others had been killed. He panicked and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. At this point, the 4 experts from Yuan Luo Hall were all killed. "My cultivation is still too weak," Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming's shortcoming was his cultivation. His current cultivation was only that of a 3-star heavenly emperor. If his cultivation broke through to the empty god realm, killing these clowns would be a piece of cake. The few of them kept the storage rings of Old Man Xiao and the other 3. It seems that Yuan Luo Hall also has people on the Myriad Gold Star. These 4 people are probably only a part of them, Tong Shi said with a grave expression. "Let's leave this place first. Be careful in the future," Lu Ming said. In a flash, the 4 of them left the place. They did not hunt any wild beasts. They ran for hundreds of thousands of miles before stopping and continuing to hunt wild beasts. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed and they arrived at a mountain peak. Why aren't there any wild beasts in this area?" Tong Shi whispered. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxuan nodded. They had patrolled the area and did not encounter any wild beasts. This area was quiet. Chapter 2590. Could this area be the territory of some powerful desolate beast? Xianxia suddenly said. Lu Ming and Tong Shi's expressions changed. This was very likely. Many powerful desolate beasts had the concept of territory. Some powerful desolate beasts would occupy a territory, and other desolate beasts would not dare to stay in this territory. "Let's be careful," Lu Ming said in a low voice. Immediately, they withdrew their auras and wanted to retreat in the direction they had come from. There are many living beings on that mountain. They are not metallic life forms, but flesh and blood life forms. At this moment, Xianxia looked at a mountain peak not far away and said, "Life forms of flesh and blood, then they are just like us, outsiders." Lu Ming said. He did not doubt Xianxuan's senses. Xianxia had completely awakened the memories of her past life. Her current life had merged with her past life. Her methods were simply unfathomable. "Let's go take a look," Xianxia suggested. Everyone nodded and carefully moved towards another mountain peak. Not long after, they climbed up another mountain peak, found a secluded place, and looked ahead. Immediately, they saw a group of living beings. There were about 20 of them. Among them, there were living beings with a single horn on their head, snake men, and living beings with scales on their skin. There were at least 6 or 7 races among the 20 people. Some of them wore black battle armor, exactly the same as the 3 black-armored brawny men they had met before. "They are from the Yuan Luo Palace," Tong Shi whispered. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxuan's eyes flashed with cold light. They realized that the Yuan Luo Palace people seemed to be very careful. They hid in the shadows and looked in other directions. They did not notice Lu Ming's group at all. They looked in the direction the people from the Yuan Luo Palace were looking and saw a giant metal eagle at the bottom of a cliff. There was also a cave. From time to time, golden rays of light would spread out from the cave. Could it be that there are treasures in that cave? Lu Ming and the others were all smart people. When they saw this situation, they thought about it and understood what was going on. Clearly, there were treasures inside the cave. However, there was a terrifying giant metal eagle guarding outside the cave. The people of the Yuan Luo Palace didn't dare to make a move. They were hiding there, waiting for the giant metal eagle to leave. "Then let's be the Oriole." Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. The rest nodded as well. After that, they also waited here. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the giant metal eagle cried out. Its body that had been lying on the ground also stood up. Its cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Then, with a flap of its wings, its huge body soared into the sky. Lu Ming and the others hurriedly hid in the shadows. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This giant metal eagle was absolutely terrifying. If he was discovered, he would be done for. Soon, the giant metal eagle soared into the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the people of the Yuan Luo Palace turned into streaks of rainbow light and rushed towards the cliff. "What should we do?" Tong Shi looked at Lu Ming and the others. There were so many people in the Yuan Luo Palace. There were many experts among them. No matter how strong Xianxia and Xianxuan were, they wouldn't be a match for them. "Borrow a knife to kill, no, borrow a bird to kill." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Tong Shi's eyes lit up. At this moment, more than 20 people from the Yuan Luo Palace had rushed to the bottom of the cliff. They left a few people to guard the entrance of the cave while the others rushed into the cave. "Wait for me here." Lu Ming's figure flashed and left the mountain. After descending the mountain, Lu Ming took out a battle sword and poured the power of the ruler into it. A shocking sword ray soared into the sky, piercing through the firmament. Even from far away, one could see it. Then, the sword light slashed violently towards the cave. Damn it! The people guarding the cave were instantly enraged. They all moved to block the sword light. Rumble! Sword chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming turned around and left after slashing with his sword. His goal wasn't to deal with the people of the Yuan Luo Palace, but to cause a commotion and lure the giant eagle back. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally left. In the distance, a loud cry resounded through the sky. The giant metal eagle had clearly seen the sword gleam and returned at top speed. Damn it, damn it! Angry roars came from the cave. The people of the Yuan Luo Palace all rushed out of the cave. The leader of the group, the bald man, roared furiously. Who is it?" The bald man emitted a cold, murderous aura as he looked at the gatekeepers. "It's a youth," one of them said. An ear-piercing cry resounded. A black dot appeared in the distance. The giant eagle had returned. Run! The bald man roared furiously as he ran madly into the distance. He was furious. He had just entered the cave and hadn't even taken the treasure, but someone had already alerted him. The giant eagle had returned. Now, he could only run for his life. More than 20 experts of the Yuan Luo Palace ran madly. The ear-piercing sound came closer and closer. The giant metal eagle was too fast. Its wingspan was at least 100 meters wide. It chased after the people of the Yuan Luo Palace like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, a miserable scream sounded, as well as an angry roar, gradually disappearing into the distance. Let's go! Lu Ming's group seized the opportunity and rushed into the cave. There wasn't much time left. They had to seize the opportunity to take the treasure and leave. If the giant eagle returned, they would be in danger. They rushed to the entrance of the cave like 4 rays of light and rushed in without hesitation. There was a tunnel inside the cave that was 100 meters long. They rushed through the tunnel and appeared in a giant cave. They were startled as soon as they rushed into the cave. This cave was overflowing with light and color. There were all kinds of different colored metals, shining brilliantly. Moreover, many of the metals were in the shape of plants and had metal flowers blooming. But other than these, there was nothing else. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that a part of the wall was slightly different. There was a part of the wall that was slightly different in color. Lu Ming walked over. When Lu Ming walked over, the part of the wall that was different in color actually started to wriggle. It was actually a pool of liquid metal. It was motionless earlier, but now that Lu Ming walked over, it started to move. The golden liquid metal quickly wriggled and turned into a metal ball. With a whoosh, it flew in another direction. A metal ball. The 4 of them were astonished. Could it be that the treasure was this metal ball? Grab it. The 4 of them did not hesitate and rushed toward the metal ball from 4 directions. Chapter 2591. Swoosh, swoosh. The metal ball was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of golden lightning as it flew around the cave. The 4 of them were unable to stop it. Stay here. Lu Ming used his sovereign Dao to cover the area as he tried to grab the metal ball. The metal ball seemed to be afraid as it quickly retreated. Xianxia was on the other side. She reached out her hand and was about to grab the metal ball. However, the metal ball suddenly expanded and became a large ball with a diameter of a few meters. It collided with Xianxia's palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion and Xianxia's body shook as she was pushed back. What a terrifying power! Everyone's hearts trembled. Although Xianxia's cultivation was only at rank 1 empty god realm, her divine power was strong enough to fight against a rank 4 empty god realm expert. However, she was pushed back by the metal ball. The metal ball was pushed back by Xianxia and it flew towards Tong Shi. Tong Shi's face changed. She did not have Xianxia's power. A long sword appeared in her hand and she stabbed it towards the metal ball. However, at that moment, a shocking scene appeared. A big mouth suddenly appeared on the smooth surface of the metal ball. The golden and dazzling metal formed fangs. The mouth opened and bit towards Tong Shi's longsword. There was a cracking sound and Tong Shi's long sword was bitten off. The metal ball swallowed the front part of the sword and started to chew. Lu Ming and the others looked at each other. Tong Shi's long sword was a sacred weapon. Although it was only a lower rank 1 sacred weapon, it was extremely hard. However, the metal ball had bitten off her sword and was eating it. How could the metal ball be so powerful? What made them even more speechless was that there was a pair of eyes above the metal ball's mouth. The eyes were squinted and it looked like it was enjoying itself. It was a metal ball that had intelligence. The few of them had the same thought. Treasure. This was definitely a treasure. A lump of metal actually gave birth to intelligence. It was definitely extraordinary. Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone moved again and pounced toward the metal ball. However, the metal ball was very slippery and smart. It seemed to have noticed that Tong Shi was the weakest among the 4 of them, so it charged directly at her. Tong Shi no longer dared to use her divine artifact to attack. She could only circulate her divine power and wrap it around the metal ball. However, the power of the metal ball was extremely shocking. With a single collision, it knocked away Tong Shi-er's god force. Tong Shi-er's body trembled as she was knocked away. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her strength was not enough to fight against this metal ball. However, Lu Ming arrived just in time. He waved his hand, and his sovereign power formed a giant hand that grabbed at the metal ball. The metal ball seemed to be extremely fearful of the sovereign's power, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes as it quickly retreated. Lu Ming, this metal ball seems to be afraid of your sovereign power. I'll trap it while you grab it. Xianxia shouted. Her whole body was filled with black light. Numerous black lotuses appeared and pressed down on the metal ball. On the other side, Xianxia also attacked with all her might. Numerous snow-white lotuses appeared and pressed down on the metal ball. Swoosh! The metal ball charged towards Xianxia and collided with the black lotuses. Bam! Bam! Those lotus flowers kept exploding. However, after they exploded, even more lotus flowers appeared and blocked the metal ball. Lu Ming rushed over and grabbed with both hands. His sovereign power formed a giant net that enveloped the metal ball. The metal ball was directly enveloped by the sovereign power's net. It charged left and right, but strangely, it could not break out of the net formed by the sovereign power. Lu Ming began to shrink the sovereign power and the net became smaller. In the end, the metal ball became obedient and stayed there motionless. Finally, Lu Ming grabbed the metal ball in his hand. So heavy! When Lu Ming grabbed the metal ball, he almost lost his grip and dropped it to the ground. This was extremely shocking. Although all the matter in the primitive universe could not be compared to the Heaven Realm's primordial realm and its mass was many times greater than the Heaven Realm's primordial realm, Lu Ming almost lost his grip on such a metal ball. Its weight was probably more than several mountains. Just as Lu Ming was about to examine it carefully, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared on the metal ball. This thorn was extremely sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the sovereign power covering Lu Ming's hand and pierced through Lu Ming's skin. A stream of blood flowed onto the metal ball. Lu Ming was shocked and almost threw the metal ball away. Fortunately, the metal ball did not continue to move. The stream of blood seeped into the metal ball and disappeared. Streaks of dark red light flashed across the surface of the metal ball before disappearing in a flash. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the metal ball had become lighter, as if it was weightless. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Lu Ming, it seems that you and it are fated to be together. It has recognized you as its master. Xianxia walked over and said. There was a trace of envy in his eyes. There were not many things that could make Xianxia envious. It has recognized me as its master? Lu Ming was also a little stunned. If I'm not wrong, this should be a kind of metal life form bred by the heaven and earth's origin. This kind of metal life form is very rare in the vast primitive universe. It is very precious. Now that it has recognized you as its master, it must be fated to be with you. If you nurture it well in the future, it may become a great help to you. Xianxia said. On the side, Xianxia showed a look of joy. Tong Shi-er showed a trace of envy. However, this time, she almost did not help. It was completely Lu Ming and Xianxia who caught the metal ball. She could not say anything. Let's go, let's get out of here, Lu Ming said. They did not have much time and could not waste any more time. If the giant eagle returned, they would be in trouble. Immediately, they rushed out of the cave and chose a direction opposite to where the people from Yuan Luo Hall had escaped. Soon, they disappeared from the place. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, an ear-piercing screech was heard. The wind whistled and the giant metal eagle returned. It landed at the entrance of the cave and seemed to sense something. Then, it let out an angry screech. The giant metal eagle seemed to have gone mad. It flapped its wings and slashed everything like a blade. Everything that was slashed by its blade-like wings, regardless of whether it was the metal plants or the metal ground, exploded and turned into pieces that flew in all directions. Swoosh! Then, it soared into the sky and swooped down, wreaking havoc on the ground. A level 7 empty god realm giant metal eagle was terrifying. Its destructive power was shocking. It went berserk and destroyed everything nearby before gradually flying off into the distance and disappearing from sight. After the giant metal eagle left, a figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was the bald man from Yuan Luo Hall. He rushed into the cave, but not long after, he rushed out of the cave. Damn it, who is it? The bald man roared with a ferocious face. Chapter 2592. The bald man from Yuan Luo Hall was infuriated. He understood that they had been cheated miserably. Previously, they had more than 20 people. However, they had been chased by the giant metal eagles and almost all of them had died. He was the only one who had survived. Moreover, when he had rushed into the cave, the treasure had disappeared. It was obvious that someone had taken the opportunity to take away the treasures in the cave while the giant eagle was chasing after them. If I find out who it is, I will turn you into ashes and die without a burial place. The bald man roared furiously and left the place in a flash. They ran until they had left the forest and crossed a plain. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they entered the next forest. This guy, Lu Ming, realized that the metal ball was lying on his shoulder like a puddle of liquid metal. Lu Ming did not pay much attention to it. He teamed up with Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan and Tong Shi and started hunting wild beasts for their beast cores. Bam, bam. 2 giant metal bears appeared in front of them. Their auras were terrifying and they were both level 3 empty god realm existences. This forest was more dangerous than the previous one. They had just entered and they had already encountered 2 level 3 empty god realm existences. Let me do it. Lu Ming dashed over, constantly activating the battle formula at the same time. After a few times, the fight character manual activated the double combat strength. Lu Ming and the 2 giant metal bears engaged in a fierce battle. Only in a big battle could one be honed. Level 3 empty god realm existences were just right for Lu Ming. The giant metal bears were about 10 meters tall and they had immense strength. When they slapped their paws, there was a whistling sound and a raging wind blew. Lu Ming used his sacred weapon combat sword to block the attack. He slashed out a few times and fought with the giant metal bears. In an instant, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan did not take any action and they watched from the side. Bam, bam. Lu Ming and the 2 metal bears clashed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The 2 giant bears were furious, roaring like thunder. The power of the bear paws grew stronger and stronger, causing Lu Ming to feel great pressure. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the bear paws. Yes, that's the feeling. Lu Ming was not surprised. Instead, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The pressure and the sense of danger were the only things that could help him improve faster. Whether it was the Tao of the Sovereign Lord or the battle character incantation, they were both very useful. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a long howl and rushed towards a giant bear. The giant bear roared and also sent out a palm strike. Lu Ming's body tilted slightly to the side, avoiding his vitals and allowing the palm to land on him. At the same time, his battle sword slashed towards the giant bear. Bang! Lu Ming's body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. However, at the same time, his sword also landed on the enormous bear's chest, leaving behind a deep sword wound on the enormous bear's chest. The giant bear was enraged, and its killing intent grew stronger. It wanted to charge towards Lu Ming, but at this moment, something strange happened. The metal ball that had been lying softly on Lu Ming's shoulder suddenly turned into a rainbow light and rushed over. The metal ball's body turned into a sharp spike and pierced towards the giant bear's chest. Pooh! The giant bear's chest was pierced through, and a hole appeared. The metal ball flew out of the giant bear's back and turned back into a circle. In the middle of the circle, a mouth full of fangs and eyes appeared. On both sides, liquid metal extended out like 2 tentacles. On the tentacles was a piece of dazzling metal. This was the beast core of the giant metal bear. Bang! As for the giant bear, it fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. What made Lu Ming and the others even more flabbergasted was that the metal ball actually swallowed the beast core in one gulp and began to chew it. The remaining giant metal bear roared and actually revealed a terrified expression. It turned and ran. Swish. The metal ball once again turned into a rainbow light and charged towards the giant metal bear. The metal bear's defense was useless against the metal ball. It was directly pierced through by the metal ball, and a hole appeared in its chest. The beast core naturally fell into the metal ball's hands. Crunch. The metal ball stuffed the beast core into its mouth and began to chew it. Its eyes revealed a very human-like expression of enjoyment. This works too. Lu Ming was in a daze. Judging from the aura of the metal ball, it should be at level 1 Empty God Realm. However, the two giant metal bears at level 3 Empty God Realm were powerless against it. It was as if the metal ball could restrain these metal lifeforms. Then, Lu Ming's heart ached. The two level 3 Empty God Realm beast cores had been eaten by the metal ball. This was worth 40 divine gems. You can restrain these metal lifeforms? Lu Ming walked over and picked up the metal ball. Crunch, crunch. The metal ball chewed a few times with its big mouth and revealed a proud expression. It seemed to be saying that this was a given. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Alright, help us hunt the metal beasts in the future. However, you can't eat the beast cores. You have to give them to me. Lu Ming said. Crunch, crunch. The metal ball chewed a few more times and its entire body was spinning. It was obvious that it was rejecting Su Mo. You don't agree? If you don't agree, I will stuff you into my storage ring and you won't get a single piece. Lu Ming threatened. The metal ball chewed with its big mouth and its eyes revealed a furious expression. Then I will keep you in my storage ring. Lu Ming did not compromise. After a round of bargaining, he finally reached an agreement with the metal ball. Half of the beast cores that the metal ball hunted would be given to Lu Ming and the other half would be left for the metal ball to eat. Each of them would take half. After discussing, they set off. Not long after, they encountered a few more wild beasts. However, after the metal ball took action, these wild beasts were terrified. They were easily killed by the metal ball and their beast cores were taken away. The metal ball passed half of the beast core to Lu Ming. It stuffed the other half into its mouth and started munching on it. Lu Ming and the rest were overjoyed. This way, their efficiency in hunting for beast cores would be greatly increased. Following that, they rampaged through the forest. The speed at which they hunted desolate beasts greatly increased. Lu Ming realized that even if they encountered a level 4 Empty God Realm wild beast, the metal ball could easily kill it. It was just slightly more troublesome. Most of the time, Lu Ming and the rest did not have to do anything. Sometimes, when they met a suitable opponent, Lu Ming would have to stop the metal ball to have a chance to train. In the blink of an eye, they had stayed in the forest for 3 days. In these 3 days, they had gained a lot. They had obtained more than 1,000 beast cores from level 1 to level 4 Empty God Realm. If they were to convert them into divine gems, they would be worth more than 20,000 divine gems. It had only been a few days and they had gained a lot. Everyone smiled. Chapter 2593. That day, they came to a valley and encountered a nest of metal lizards. There were at least 20 of them and they ranged from level 1 to level 4 Empty God Realm. Swoosh. The metal ball charged out and killed a level 4 Empty God Realm metal lizard. Then, it charged towards the other lizards. Leave 2 of them for me. Lu Ming also charged over. His combat sword swept across the sky and blocked 2 level 3 Empty God Realm lizards. They engaged in a fierce battle. In the past few days, he had fought with the metal desolate beasts from time to time. His understanding of the battle character skill had deepened and the chances of activating the battle character skill to double his combat strength had increased. They did not realize that a figure had appeared on a mountain peak far away from them. That person was the bald man from Yuan Luo Hall. He had been searching for the past few days and had accidentally come to this place. When he heard the battle, he came over to take a look. As soon as he saw it, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. It's that treasure. His eyes were fixed on the metal ball. Previously, he had rushed into the cave and seen the metal ball. Just as he was about to take the metal ball, the metal eagle had returned and he could only run away in a hurry. Now that he had seen the metal ball, he immediately knew who had tricked him. It was Lu Ming and the rest. Tong Shiga, it's them. I sent out a few men but they did not kill them. damn it, I want all of you to die." The bald man's eyes revealed a cold expression, as well as a deep sense of greed. The metal ball could easily kill the metal desolate beasts and obtain their beast cores. If he could obtain it, he would be rich. He moved his body and dashed toward Lu Ming and the rest silently along the ground. He was very cautious. Although Lu Ming and the rest did not seem to have a high cultivation level, there was a level 4 empty god realm martial artist among the men that he had sent out. However, he had not returned. Therefore, he planned to use a sneak attack to kill them first. He was extremely fast and soon, he was close to Lu Ming and the rest. "Who is it?" Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned in a certain direction. Holy light spread out, forming a battle sword, and slashed out. Wherever the sword light passed, the metal trees were split in half. Boom! On the other side, divine force erupted, powerful energy rampaging. A figure rushed into the sky, revealing itself before everyone's eyes. His spiritual perception is so sharp. Furthermore, his divine power is so strong. The bald man from the Yuan Luo Hall was shocked. He had already restrained his aura, but he was still discovered by Xianxia. At the same time, the power of Xianxia's sword had shocked him. A level 1 empty god realm martial artist's divine power was not weaker than a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. A monster? The righteous army actually has a monster like this. We must get rid of him. The bald man roared in his heart. It's him. At this moment, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others all recognized the bald man. They had seen him from afar before. Lu Ming moved and dodged the attacks of the two lizards. Then, the metal ball rushed over and killed the two lizards. He took out their beast cores and placed them on Lu Ming's shoulder. "Tongshi, you guys are still alive. It seems like the person I sent is already dead," the bald man said ferociously. "That's right. We killed him," Tongshi said. However, her expression was grave. This bald man gave her a lot of pressure. He was definitely a terrifying expert. "Then, you guys were the ones who alerted the giant metal eagle and lured it back to the cave?" The bald man sneered, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Looks like you're not stupid," Lu Ming said coldly. "Kid, give me that metal ball." The bald man looked at the metal ball on Lu Ming's shoulder, the greed in his eyes growing. "You want it? Come and take it yourself," Lu Ming said. "You're digging your own grave." The bald man moved and dashed towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the bald man moved, Xianxia and Xianxia moved as well. One black and one white sword radiance covered the bald man. "Get lost." A saber appeared in the bald man's hand. Saber radiance flashed and he slashed towards Xianxia and Tong Shi, trying to shake off their sword radiance. Level 5 Empty God Realm. As soon as the bald burly man made a move, Lu Ming could tell his cultivation level. Level 5 Empty God Realm was definitely powerful. Xianxia and Xianxia did not dare to go head-on with the bald man. They changed their swords and transformed into more than 10 sword radiances. They avoided the bald man's saber and stabbed towards his vital parts. "Get lost. Get lost." The bald man roared and slashed out with his saber. However, Xianxia and Xianxia's combat skills were too powerful. They could avoid him completely, but they could still attack his vital parts. The two of them joined forces and their sword radiances flashed continuously. The bald man could not get past them for a while. Bam! At that moment, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and dashed towards the bald man. He slashed his sword at the bald man's head. "Get lost." The bald man roared and his divine power surged out like a flood. When Lu Ming's saber hit the divine power, it was as though it had hit a mountain. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. Level 5 Empty God Realm. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and the blood in his body surged. Crack! At that moment, the metal ball threw a beast core into its mouth. As it chewed, it dashed towards the bald man. As it dashed out, the metal ball changed rapidly. It turned into a big ball with a diameter of a few meters and smashed towards the bald man. Don't! The bald man's saber hit the metal ball and there was a loud bang. The metal ball was sent flying. However, the bald man's saber force was also slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia and Xianxia's sword radiances surged. They were like two streaks of rainbow light that shot towards the bald man. "Get lost!" The bald man roared, and his saber slashed out horizontally as if it was capable of sweeping away 1,000 armies. A crescent-shaped saber radiance shot out in all directions. This was a large-scale attack. Although it consumed a lot of divine power, it was very useful in this situation. Xianxia and Xianxia could not help but retreat. Although they could kill a level 4 empty god realm martial artist with their powerful combat skills, they were no match for a level 5 empty god realm martial artist. "Die, you brat!" After forcing Xianxia and Xianxia to retreat, the bald man charged towards Lu Ming ferociously. "Go!" Lu Ming waved his hand and the metal ball dashed out towards the bald man. However, the metal ball was sent flying by the bald man's saber. Chapter 2594. The metal ball was extremely heavy and its explosive power was comparable to that of a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. However, it could not block the bald man's attack. Tong Shi-o was extremely anxious at the side. However, with her strength, the difference between her and the bald man was too great. She would only die if she went up. "Die, you brat!" The bald man roared. When he saw the metal ball following Lu Ming, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming first. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and retreated quickly. At the same time, he unleashed his sovereign power to its maximum. Swoosh! The bald man's saber radiance was dazzling as it slashed towards Lu Ming. As Lu Ming retreated, he slashed out with his sword and it clashed with the bald man's saber. Ding! As the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him. His body shook violently and he flew out like a cannonball. He crashed into the wall of the valley and even the metal wall cracked and caved in. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his arm was going to break. The sacred weapon in his hand had a chip on it. Lower rank 5 sacred weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The bald man's saber was a lower rank 5 sacred weapon. His combat sword was only a lower rank 3 sacred weapon. It was normal for it to have a chip on it. In the primitive universe, divine weapons were divided into low-grade divine weapons, middle-grade divine weapons, high-grade divine weapons, and supreme-grade divine weapons. There were 4 grades. Every grade was further divided into 9 ranks. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hand was given to him by Baiya. It was a lower rank 3 sacred weapon and it was the highest grade sacred weapon that Lu Ming had. Boom! At that moment, the metal ball charged towards the bald man. It had become bigger and its diameter was 10 meters. It was like a small hill as it smashed towards the bald man. Xianxia, Dark Sacred Light Skill. Xianxia sent a message to Xianxia. "All right." Xianxia nodded. Boom, boom. Their bodies emitted resplendent light. One was black and the other was white. It was like a black sun and a white sun. Then, the black light and the white light intertwined to form a cage that enveloped the bald man. Boom! The bald man struck the cage with all his might, but it didn't break. This was the dark holy light cage. Only Xianxia and Xianxia could use this secret technique together. Back when the heaven realm and the evil god realm were fighting, the two of them had worked together to trap Saint Ancestor Xianxia for a while. At that time, their cultivation was only at the half-martial realm, but they were able to trap the empty god realm's sacred ancestor Xianxia. Now that both of them had broken through to the empty god realm, their cultivation techniques had undergone a transformation, allowing them to control divine force. When they executed this move, it was much stronger than before. Boom, boom, boom. The bald man went berserk. Dazzling saber radiance flashed as he launched a frenzied attack. However, all of his attacks were blocked by the dark holy light cage. Lu Ming attack. Xianxia shouted. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. He exerted all his strength and slashed out with his combat sword. Streaks of sword chi flew towards the bald man as though they were free. At the same time, Tong Shi-er attacked with all her might. At the same time, she took the opportunity to hit the bald man with the metal ball. The dark holy light cage didn't stop Lu Ming and the rest at all. Their attacks landed on the bald man as much as they wanted. At that moment, the bald man was like a live target for Lu Ming and the rest to attack. The bald man waved his saber with all his might to block the attacks from Lu Ming and the rest. However, the dark holy light cage that Xianxia and Xianxia had executed could not only trap him but also attack him. Black and white lotuses appeared in the dark holy light cage and turned into streaks of sword chi. They danced in the air and attacked the bald man. In an instant, the bald man was flustered and could only defend himself with all his might. However, he could only defend himself and couldn't attack. He was reduced to a live target, and there were times when he let his guard down. A streak of black sword radiance slashed across his body and a deep sword wound appeared. Blood flowed out from the wound. He roared and retreated quickly. He crashed into the dark holy light cage. A streak of white sword radiance flashed and his chest was almost pierced through. The bald man let out a beast-like roar. He was a level 5 Empty God Realm martial artist, but he was injured by a few level 1 Empty God Realm juniors. He was furious. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. After a while, he was no match for Lu Ming. He staggered after being hit by the metal ball. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and almost chopped off his head with his sword, leaving a sword wound that was a few feet long on his chest. With injuries on top of injuries, the bald man's strength started to weaken. "Today, you are the one who will die," Lu Ming said coldly, and his attacks became more violent. "Don't even think about it. Don't even think about killing me," the bald man roared. The aura on his body suddenly surged, and it was as though there was a flame burning fiercely. He was burning his divine power. The bald man was going to fight with all his might. Most people would not burn their divine power unless it was a critical moment. If they burned their divine power too much, their cultivation rank might regress and it might even leave a terrible sequela. It would be difficult for them to raise their cultivation rank in the future. Usually, they would not fight with all their might unless they were in a dangerous situation. However, the bald man had to fight with all his might. If he didn't fight with all his might, he might die here. Boom, boom. The burning of his divine power increased the bald man's strength by a lot. He broke through everyone's attacks and then slashed heavily on the Dark Saint Light Cage. Boom. The Dark Saint Light Cage shook violently. Boom, boom. Then, the bald man attacked the Dark Saint Light Cage crazily, causing the Dark Saint Light Cage to shake more and more violently. Xianxia and Xianxia's delicate bodies also trembled and their faces turned pale. The bald-headed man continuously attacked with 50 to 60 moves. Moreover, he was specifically attacking a single spot. That area finally could not withstand the attacks and a crack appeared. Then, the crack collapsed and a gap appeared. Swoosh! The bald man seized the opportunity and rushed out of the gap. He then turned into a beam of light and sped into the distance. "I will take revenge for this sooner or later." He actually did not dare to stay any longer. He needed to find a place to stop burning his divine power and heal his injuries. Otherwise, not only would his cultivation regress, it would also leave behind a terrifying aftereffect. If there were terrible sequelae and he could not raise his cultivation rank in the future, it would be a great loss. Compared to killing Lu Ming and the rest, his future was more important. He would have another chance to kill Lu Ming and the rest in the future. In the blink of an eye, the bald man was nowhere to be seen. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed inwardly. However, he knew that their cultivation ranks were too low. It was shocking that they could force a rank 5 Empty God realm to such a state. Chapter 2595. The bald man retreated with serious injuries. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they did not stay and immediately left the area. Following that, they became more cautious. They purposely went to remote areas to avoid meeting other warriors. The next 10 days were very peaceful. Nothing major happened and they hunted for desolate beasts in peace. With the help of the metal ball, their speed of killing desolate beasts increased greatly. However, they discovered a situation. The metal ball could deal with desolate beasts at level 4 Void God Realm, but it was very difficult to deal with those above level 5 Void God Realm. It could frighten the other party, but if the other party turned and ran, the metal ball could not catch up. Hence, the desolate beasts they hunted were all below level 4 Void God realm. During this period, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Xianxia and Tong Shi used all their strength to kill desolate beasts and obtain their beast cores. After all, if they relied on the metal ball alone, they would have to split half of the beast cores they hunted. If they worked together, their efficiency would naturally be much higher. In 10 days, including the beast cores they hunted previously, they could probably sell them for about 100,000 divine gems. This was definitely a great harvest. On this day, after the metal ball swallowed a beast core, its body suddenly emitted a resplendent light. A powerful aura emanated from it. Could it be about to advance in rank? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that the metal ball could advance in rank by continuously swallowing beast cores? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The metal ball was like a balloon. It would swell and shrink at times. This repeated for a few hours before it stabilized. The metal ball's aura had also increased. Level 2 Void God Realm. Lu Ming understood that the metal ball had really advanced in rank. It had reached level 2 Void God Realm. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The metal ball would undoubtedly be stronger after advancing in rank. In the future, its speed of killing desolate beasts would definitely be faster. Just as they were continuing to hunt desolate beasts, a figure rushed out from a hidden cave. It was the bald man from Yuan Luo Hall. After more than 10 days, his injuries had finally healed. The aftereffects of burning divine power had also been stabilized. Tong Shi, and that brat, don't think you'll have an easy time. If I can't have it, you can't either, the bald man said ferociously. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, there was another group of people hunting desolate beasts. There were about a dozen of them. This group of people came from another faction, Storm Hall. The Wind Cloud Hall was not any weaker than the Yuan Luo Palace and the Righteous Army. Who? Suddenly, an old man, who was the leader of the Fengyun Hall, looked in a certain direction with sharp eyes. Brother Feng's spiritual sense is indeed sharp. I'm impressed. With a chuckle, a figure appeared. It was the bald man from the Yuan Luo Hall. Kong Bing, it's you? What's wrong? You want to take advantage of my storm hall? The old man from the Wind Cloud Hall scanned the surroundings with his sharp eyes. The other members of the Wind Cloud Hall also looked around warily. The chaotic astral ocean was originally a chaotic place. There were countless big and small forces. It was common for these forces to kill each other. And in the 10,000 gold star, killing each other for beast cores was a common occurrence. Naturally, they had to be on high alert. Brother Feng, you must be joking. I'm here to tell you about a great opportunity. The bald man smiled. A great opportunity? The old man's lips curled up. Clearly, he did not believe him. He said, Kong Bing, would you be so kind as to tell me about an opportunity? You would have already taken it for yourself. This opportunity is not in my hands. It was taken away by someone else. It was a few brats from the Righteous Army. They obtained a metal ball that has spirituality. It can suppress the other metal desolate beasts on the 10,000 gold star and take their beast cores. Their efficiency is astonishing. The bald man said, What? There's such a treasure? Kong Bing, you're not tricking me, right? The old man still did not believe him. It's up to you to believe it or not. I've already brought the news. There are only 4 people in the Righteous Army, 3 women and 1 man. They are all young. Why don't you try to see if it's true? The bald man smiled. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. Brother Feng, what should we do? Is this Kong Bing telling the truth? Someone asked the old man. There's actually such a powerful metal life form that can suppress other metal desolate beasts. It's better to believe it than not. If it's true, we'll be rich. Immediately find those brats from the Righteous Army. The old man ordered. Then, the bald man traversed the land to find people from other forces and spread the news. Most of the people were like the old man from the Storm Hall. They would rather look around. More and more people joined in the search for Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others knew nothing about this and continued to hunt for beast cores. With the advancement of the metal ball, the speed of their hunt for beast cores had increased. They could even hunt a level 5 empty god realm wild beast now. There's someone. On this day, as they were moving forward, Xianxia's eyes suddenly flickered. Lu Ming and Xianxia also sensed it. Swoosh, swoosh. 6 figures flashed in front of him, and 6 figures appeared. These 6 people were from the Naga tribe and the Ox Head tribe. The leader was a Naga elder. He glanced at Lu Ming and the others with a gloomy expression. Finally, his gaze landed on the metal ball on Lu Ming's shoulder. It's exactly as Kong Bing said. There really is a metal life form like this. The Naga elder's eyes were filled with greed. They came from a small force. There were only 6 of them on the 10,000 gold star. When they heard Kong Bing's news, they immediately searched everywhere. Unexpectedly, they found Lu Ming and the others first. Brat, give us the metal ball on your shoulder and we'll spare your life. The Naga elder spoke. His voice was sharp and hoarse. His snake tail swung around threateningly. They're here for the metal ball? Lu Ming's heart jumped. He immediately thought of the bald man from the Yuan Luo Palace. It must have been the bald man who leaked the information, or he simply wanted to borrow the hands of others to eliminate them. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Among the 6 people, the Naga elder had the highest cultivation. He was at level 4 empty god realm. The others were all below level 4 empty god realm. They were not afraid at all. What did you say? A transformation void martial realm dares to speak to me like that. If you had handed over the metal ball, I could have considered sparing your life. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, you'll still have to die. The Naga elder's voice was extremely cold and was filled with cold killing intent. I'll kill him. A level 3 empty god realm ox head held a battle axe. He arched his body and took a step forward. His body shot out like an arrow towards Lu Ming. Go, smash him to death. Lu Ming waved his hand and the metal ball flew out. At the same time, it swelled rapidly and smashed towards the ox head. Chapter 2596. The metal ball grew bigger and smashed down on the bull-headed man. The bull-headed man roared and waved his giant axe to hit the metal ball. Clang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the bull-headed man's battle axe bounced back and smashed onto his head. At the same time, the metal ball smashed onto the bull-headed man's head. The bull-headed man screamed in pain as his body exploded and he died on the spot. When the metal ball was at level 1 empty god realm, its strength was equivalent to level 4 empty god realm. Now that it had leveled up, it could fight against a level 5 empty god realm expert. Naturally, it could kill a level 3 empty god realm expert instantly. What? The Naga elder turned pale with fright. A level 3 empty god realm expert was killed in seconds. Even he couldn't do it. Let's go! The Naga elder roared and turned to run. The remaining few people were already scared out of their wits. Before the Naga elder could say anything, they had already run away. Smash! Lu Ming waved his hand and the metal ball flew out and smashed towards the Naga elder. Boom! The metal ball was like a mountain as it smashed towards the Naga elder. The Naga elder tried his best to block the attack. However, his attacks were all destroyed by the metal ball. Bam! The Naga elder's palms landed on the metal ball. His body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his arms were broken from the impact. Then, the metal ball continued to fly and smashed onto the Naga elder. The Naga elder could not block the attack of the metal ball. He tried his best to block a few attacks but was still killed by the metal ball. As for the remaining people, Xianxia and Xianxia had already rushed out. With a flash of sword radiance, they were all killed. The Naga elder and the other 5 people had all died here. However, Lu Ming and the rest had grave expressions on their faces. If the bald man from Yuan Luo Hall could inform the Naga elder and the others, he could inform the others. It would be bad if they met a more powerful expert. Let's go! They took the storage rings of the Naga elder and the others and left in a flash. However, not long after, they were besieged again. This time, they encountered people from the Storm Hall. There were more than 20 people in Feng Yun Hall and 2 of them were at level 5 empty god realm. There were a few level 4 empty god realm martial artists and they were no match for them. With the help of the metal ball, they blocked a few of the opponent's attacks and retreated. Don't even think about leaving. Hand over that metal ball. The leader of the Fengyun Hall was an elder from the human tribe. His eyes were cold and his cultivation was at the peak of level 5 empty god realm. He was very powerful and he chased after Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others didn't even glance at him as they ran with all their might. Die! The old man from the wind cloud hall struck out with his palm. A palm force that could topple mountains and overturn seas blasted towards Lu Ming and the others. Wherever it passed, trees made of metal would explode and disintegrate. Go! Lu Ming directly pushed the metal ball out. Don't. With a loud boom, the metal ball shook violently and was sent flying back. However, the speed of Lu Ming's group was not affected in the slightest. They continued to run at top speed. You can't escape. The old man from the wind cloud hall looked ferocious and his eyes sparkled with greed. That metal ball was magical and its strength was shocking. If he could get it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in front of them. The roar was shocking. Even though they were far away, they could feel a strong oppression. That is a level 6 empty god realm metal desolate beast. Xianxia said. Let's go. Lu Ming said. They didn't slow down and rushed forward. You are courting death. You are courting death. The old man from the wind cloud hall shouted angrily. Even if we are courting death, we won't let you off easily. If you have the ability, come after us. Lu Ming turned back and shouted in disdain. Damn it. The old man from the wind cloud hall shouted. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. In front of them, there was a thunderous roar. They saw a huge metal tiger that was more than 10 meters tall and it was cruising around. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest got close, they were discovered by the huge metal tiger. Its cold eyes swept towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest felt a strong pressure. A level 6 empty god realm metal desolate beast was terrifying. Even if Xianxia and Xianxia joined forces with the metal ball, they would be defeated in an instant. The huge metal tiger roared. It stomped on the ground and the ground shook. Then it ran towards Lu Ming and the rest. We can only take a gamble. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He didn't stop and continued to rush forward. At that moment, the metal ball revealed a big mouth and a pair of eyes. It stared at the huge metal tiger and opened its mouth vigorously, making cracking sounds. When the huge metal tiger saw the metal ball, fear flashed in its eyes. It twisted its waist and went around Lu Ming and the rest, charging towards the men from the wind cloud hall. Damn it, run! The old man from the wind cloud hall shouted and turned to run. Although he was a peak level 5 empty god realm metal tiger, he would still die if he went up against the level 6 empty god realm metal tiger. The metal beasts on Wanjingxing were stronger when they were at the same level. As they were made of metal, they had amazing defensive strength and tenacious vitality. When they fought, they weren't afraid of death. The huge metal tiger roared. It leaped and covered 100 miles. Soon, it caught up with the men from the wind cloud hall. Its huge claws swept out and 2 experts from the wind cloud hall were killed. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down. An expert from the wind cloud hall was bitten into 2. It was simply a torture. Ah, damn it. The old man from the wind cloud hall ran the fastest. He was at the front, but he was roaring in his heart. He couldn't understand why the huge metal tiger didn't attack Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, it attacked them. He was furious, but now he could only run. Phew, Lu Ming and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Tong Shi. She felt a layer of cold sweat covering her body. However, they had made the right bet. The huge metal tiger didn't attack them. It seemed that the metal ball had a deterrent effect on level 6 empty god realm metal beasts. Let's go! They didn't stay and left in a flash. After running for a distance, they stopped. It seems that we can't stay in Wanjingxing. I'm afraid that Yuan Luo Hall has spread the news. Tong Shi said. That's right. Let's leave immediately and return to Zheng'an Star. Lu Ming said. After hunting for this period of time, they had a good harvest. If they sold it for divine gems, they could use it for a period of time. Originally, if there wasn't any danger, They wanted to continue hunting beasts in Wanjingxing. However, it was too dangerous to stay in Wanjingxing. If they encountered a level 6 or even level 7 empty god realm expert, they would be in danger.